Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fire in the grate whispered its small secrets to the November darkness, each ember settling with a soft sigh that seemed to mark time in a language older than clocks. Sherlock Holmes sat motionless in his armchair, long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, his eyes half closed in that peculiar state of awareness he inhabited when London's fog pressed thick against the windows of 221B Baker Street. The room smelled of pipe tobacco and old leather, of the coal smoke that seeped through every crack in every building in this great sprawling city, and underneath it all, the faint mineral scent of fog itself, that particular dampness that tasted of the Thames and 10,000 chimneys breathing their nightly exhalations into the bruised sky. Dr. John Watson sat across from him, the Times spread across his lap like a blanket of yesterday's certainties, though his eyes had long since stopped reading. Outside, London performed its evening rituals with the steady rhythm of a machine that never quite stopped turning. A hansom cab clattered past, its wheels finding every uneven cobblestone with percussive precision. A lamplighter's footsteps echoed, then faded. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled 6 times, each note hanging in the thick air before dissolving into the general hum of the city's perpetual conversation with itself. Watson had learned to recognize these moods in his friend, the stillness that preceded action, the quiet that gathered before the storm of deduction. Holmes had been like this for 3 days now, ever since the Blackwell case had concluded with such disappointing simplicity. A stolen necklace found exactly where common sense suggested it would be. No artistry, no challenge. Holmes had solved it in an afternoon and spent the subsequent days in this state of restless repose, like a violin waiting for hands that knew how to make it sing. The telegram arrived with perfect timing, as though the universe itself had tired of Holmes's ennui and decided to offer remedy. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs were as familiar as breathing. 17 steps, a pause at the landing where the floor creaked, then the final 4 steps taken more slowly because her knee troubled her when the weather turned damp. She knocked twice, opened the door without waiting for acknowledgement as was her custom, and entered with a small silver tray bearing a yellow envelope. "Telegram, Mr. Holmes," she said, her voice carrying that particular tone of relief that suggested she too had noticed his restlessness. "Foreign postmark. Came through the special service." Holmes's eyes opened fully, a spark of interest kindling in their grey depths. He unfolded himself from the chair with the fluid grace of a cat who'd been feigning sleep, and took the envelope from the tray. Mrs. Hudson departed with another small smile, knowing, as she always did, when her presence was required and when it was not. The envelope whispered as Holmes opened it, a sound like autumn leaves turning. Watson set aside his newspaper, attention fully caught now, watching as his friend's eyes moved across the telegram's brief lines. The fire crackled. The fog pressed closer to the windows, as if London itself were leaning in to listen. "Well," Holmes said at last, and there was something in his voice, a note of curiosity tinged with something deeper, something almost reverent. "It seems we are summoned to France, Watson, to a place where time itself has learned to sing." He handed the telegram across. Watson adjusted his reading glasses and studied the words, neatly printed in that compressed style telegrams demanded, each word costing money, and therefore chosen with economy. Sherlock Holmes. Baker Street. London. Stop. Require your assistance. Most urgent matter. Stop. Brother Anselm deceased under impossible circumstances. Stop found in locked bell tower. No key, no entry. Stop. Abbey St. Michel des Champs. Normandy. Stop your discretion and insight. Desperately needed. Stop. Abbot. Lauren Watson read it twice, then looked up to find Holmes already at the window, gazing out into the fog-wrapped street as though he could see all the way to the Channel, to France, to this Abbey with its singing time and its impossible death. "Locked tower," Watson said, testing the words. "No entry. Rather suggests—" Suicide or supernatural intervention if one were inclined toward conventional thinking, Holmes interrupted, his tone suggesting he was inclined toward neither. But abbots do not send urgent telegrams to consulting detectives when the explanation is straightforward. No, Watson, there is something here that defies the obvious, something that has troubled a man of faith enough to reach across the channel for a man of reason. He turned from the window and Watson saw the transformation complete. The ennui burned away like morning fog under the sun. Holmes was awake now, fully and completely, his mind already racing ahead to questions that had no answers yet. Saint-Michel-des-Champs, Holmes murmured, moving to the bookshelf where he kept his references, his fingers trailing along spines until they found what they sought. The Abbey of St. Michael of the Songs. I recall reading it some years ago. Famous for its bells, Watson. Not ordinary bells, but a mechanical marvel. An elaborate clockwork system installed in the 18th century. The bells are said to chime in patterns of such complexity that visitors have claimed to hear music in them, as though the mechanism itself were composing hymns. He pulled down a volume, A History of Monastic Architecture in Northern France, and flipped through its pages with the quick efficiency of a man who knew exactly what he was looking for. Ah, yes, here. The abbey dates to the 11th century, but its true fame came much later. In 1756, a French inventor and mathematician named Gaston de Ferron designed and installed an automated bell system of unprecedented sophistication. Gears, weights, programmable sequences. The bells play themselves according to patterns set into rotating drums, much like a music box but on a vastly grander scale. Watson rose and came to look at the illustration Holmes indicated. A detailed engraving showing a tower filled with elaborate machinery, brass gears and weighted pulleys, arranged in geometric precision. It looked less like something meant for a church and more like something that belonged in the mind of an obsessive genius. Beautiful in its way, Watson observed, though I confess I don't see how it relates to a man's death. Nor do I, not yet. But consider Watson, a mechanism of such precision, in an abbey no less. Bells that sing without human hands to ring them, and now a death in that very tower, under circumstances the good abbot describes as impossible. Holmes closed the book with a soft thump. The intersection of the mechanical and the miraculous. Faith is housed in a machine that marks the hours with mathematical perfection. I suspect we will find something quite extraordinary waiting for us in Normandy. The decision once made proceeded with the swift efficiency that characterized Holmes when his interest was engaged. Watson, long accustomed to sudden departures, needed no convincing. Within the hour they had sent a return telegram informing Abbot Laurent of their impending arrival. Within 2 hours Mrs. Hudson had been informed of their departure, and had, with her customary foresight, begun preparing what she called their travelling essentials, a phrase that encompassed everything from Watson's medical bag to Holmes's portable chemistry set, from extra collars to a flask of good brandy against the Channel's chill. By the time the mantel clock chimed 9, they were aboard the night train to Dover, their compartment a small island of lamplight rushing through the darkness of the English countryside. Holmes sat by the window, watching his own reflection superimposed over the passing shadows of hedgerows and distant farms. Watson had settled into the opposite corner, attempting to read, though he found his attention drifting to the steady rhythm of the rails beneath them, that hypnotic clicking that seemed to say going forward, going forward, going forward with mechanical certainty. "Tell me what you know of Benedictine monasteries, Watson," Holmes said suddenly, not turning from the window. Watson set aside his book. Roman Catholic order, if memory serves, founded by St. Benedict in the 6th century. They follow a rule, the rule of St. Benedict naturally, which emphasizes prayer, work, and communal living. Quite strict, I believe. Ora et labora, Holmes murmured. Pray and work. Yes, the Benedictines have always balanced the spiritual with the practical. They were the great preservers of knowledge through the Dark Ages, copying manuscripts, maintaining libraries, studying everything from theology to agriculture, not men prone to flights of fancy or supernatural hysteria, which makes this telegram all the more intriguing. The train carried them through the night, through stations that appeared like brief, illuminated dreams before being swallowed again by darkness. Holmes dozed in that light way he had, his mind never quite surrendering to sleep, while Watson gave himself over to the rocking rhythm of travel. At Dover they boarded the overnight packet to Calais, and here the journey took on a different character. The Channel crossing was what Channel crossings always were in November, a test of one's commitment to the journey. The packet boat rose and fell with the swells, water slapping against the hull in irregular percussion. The salt air was sharp and clean after London's smoke, cutting through the fog that clung to the water like a living thing. Watson stood at the rail for a time, watching England disappear into the darkness behind them. Then France failed to appear in the darkness ahead. There was only this, the boat, the water, the space between two shores where neither country held claim. Holmes joined him after a time, his coat collar turned up against the spray, his eyes fixed on nothing and everything. The bells at Saint-Michel-des-Champs are said to ring in sequences that last for hours, he said, his voice barely audible over the wind and waves. Complex mathematical patterns that repeat only once every 7 years. Gaston de Ferron was not merely an inventor, Watson. He was a man who believed time itself could be made to speak, if only one knew the correct language. Rather a heretical notion for a monastery, Watson observed. Yes, Holmes agreed, and there was something in his tone, a recognition perhaps of a kindred spirit across the centuries. Rather heretical indeed. They reached Calais as dawn was just beginning to suggest itself in the eastern sky. Not true light yet, but a softening of the darkness, a promise that night would not last forever. From Calais they took a local train south into Normandy, and as the sun finally rose, Watson got his first true glimpse of the French countryside. It unfolded in gentle hills and small villages, in fields gone brown with autumn and trees that held the last of their leaves like precious secrets they were reluctant to surrender. The light was different here, softer somehow, more golden, even in November's melancholy. The Abbey of Saint-Michel-des-Champs stood on a hillside overlooking a small valley where morning mist gathered like prayer. They saw it first from the train, a complex of stone buildings arranged around a central tower that rose above the rest like a finger pointing at heaven, or perhaps asking heaven a question. The stones were the colour of honey and ash, weathered by centuries of rain and sun and the patient work of wind. Even from this distance Watson could see the bells in the tower's upper reaches, hanging in arched openings like silent singers waiting for their cue. The local station was a single platform serving a village that seemed to consist primarily of a church, an inn, and a collection of stone houses that leaned against each other as though sharing secrets. A cart had been sent from the Abbey, a simple wooden affair pulled by a patient horse that looked as though it had been making this particular journey for years, and saw no reason to hurry through it now. The driver was a lay brother, his brown robes dusty at the hem, his face weathered and kind. He said little as they loaded their luggage, and Watson was grateful for the silence. There was something about this place, the quality of light perhaps, or the way sound seemed to travel differently, more slowly, that made conversation feel like an intrusion. They climbed into the cart and the horse began its measured ascent toward the Abbey. The road wound through fields where sheep grazed, their bells, ordinary bells made soft by distance, tinkling in random counterpoint to the steady clip of the hooves on stone. The air smelled of damp earth and wood smoke, of lavender gone to seed, and the particular scent that apple orchards hold in autumn. Sweet decay and patient fermentation. And then, as they rounded the final bend, the bells of Saint-Michel-des-Champs began to ring. It was not the simple tolling Watson expected. It was something else entirely, a cascade of sound that seemed to fall from the tower in patterns that the ear tried to follow and couldn't quite grasp. High notes and low notes, rapid sequences and slow, deliberate strikes, all woven together in a complexity that suggested not random ringing but deliberate composition. It was, Watson thought, like hearing mathematics made audible, like time itself learning to sing. Holmes sat forward, his entire attention focused on the tower, on the sound pouring from it. His eyes were bright, his expression rapt. "Do you hear it, Watson?" he said, his voice barely a whisper beneath the bells. "Do you hear the pattern? There's a structure there, a grammar. This is not merely music, this is language." The bells rang on, and the cart carried them toward the Abbey gate, toward stone walls that had stood for nearly a millennium, toward a mystery that waited in a locked tower where a man had died in a manner the living called impossible. And somewhere in that tower, among the gears and the weights and the brass bells that sang their mechanical hymns, there waited for a secret that had been kept for 200 years, hidden in plain hearing, waiting for someone who knew how to listen. The cart passed through the Abbey gate, and the bells fell silent, as though the mechanism itself had paused to welcome them, or perhaps to warn them, in its own precise and patient way. The courtyard inside the Abbey walls held a stillness that felt deliberate, as though silence here were not merely the absence of sound, but a presence in itself, cultivated over centuries of prayer. The cart's wheels crunched over gravel that had been raked into patterns, simple lines that suggested the path of meditation, the discipline of small, repeated tasks. Watson stepped down, his boots finding the ground with a soft sound that seemed too loud, too intrusive in this place where even the air moved carefully. The Abbey buildings formed a square around the courtyard, their honey-coloured stone glowing in the morning light with a warmth that belied November's chill. To the north stood what was clearly the church itself, its arched doorway crowned with carved figures worn smooth by weather and time. The east and west sides were lined with two-storey structures, the monks' dormitories, Watson assumed, and various workrooms, their windows narrow and regular as the hours that governed life here. And to the south, dominating everything, rose the bell tower. It was taller than Watson had realised from a distance, perhaps 60 feet from its base to the point where the bells hung in their open arches. The stonework here was different from the rest of the Abbey, newer, though still clearly centuries old. Holmes had mentioned the bells were installed in 1756, and Watson could see now where the original tower had been modified to accommodate the machinery. Brass gleamed through the arched openings, catching sunlight in sharp, precise reflections. Even silent now, the tower seemed to hum with potential, like a held breath. "Gentlemen, welcome to Saint-Michel-des-Champs." The voice was quiet, but carried clearly across the courtyard. Watson turned to see a man emerging from a doorway in the eastern building, a man in his 60s perhaps, wearing the black robes and scapula of a Benedictine abbot. His face was lined in the way that speaks of thought rather than merely time, his eyes deep-set and watchful. His hands, clasped before him, showed the slight tremor of age or anxiety, or perhaps both. "Abbot Laurent," Holmes said, moving forward with a slight bow. "Thank you for your telegram. May I present my colleague, Dr. John Watson." Watson offered his own greeting, taking the abbot's hand and finding it cool and dry, the grip firm despite the tremor. Up close, he could see the exhaustion in the man's face, the shadows beneath his eyes that spoke of nights without proper sleep. This was a man carrying a weight that went beyond simple grief. "You came quickly," the abbot said, and there was relief in his voice, raw and undisguised. "I confess I was not certain you would come at all. When one writes to a detective about matters that seem to defy explanation, one half expects to be dismissed as a fool, or worse." "I have found," Holmes said gently, "that what appears to defy explanation typically yields to it quite readily, once one has all the facts. Perhaps you might show us the scene of Brother Anselm's death, and tell us the circumstances as you understand them." The abbot nodded slowly, then gestured toward the tower. "Of course, though I warn you, Mr. Holmes, there are elements to this that have shaken even my faith in the rational order of things, and I have lived here among these mechanisms for 40 years. They crossed the courtyard, their footsteps and the abbot's quiet words the only sounds in the morning hush. Somewhere in the surrounding buildings, Watson could hear the distant rhythm of monastic life, the soft shuffle of sandaled feet, the murmur of voices in prayer or conversation, the faint clatter of dishes from what must be the refectory. But here, approaching the tower, there was only a heavy anticipation, as though the building itself were waiting. The tower's entrance was a heavy oak door, its surface studded with iron that had oxidized to a deep, rich brown. The abbot produced a key from within his robes, a large, old-fashioned thing that looked as though it had been forged in the same century as the tower itself. He fitted it to the lock, and the mechanism turned with a sound like a sigh. "This is the only entrance to the tower," the abbot said as he pushed the door open. "There are windows above, of course, but they are too narrow for even a child to pass through. And there are no other doors, no hidden passages. The tower was built to house the mechanism and nothing more." They stepped inside, and Watson felt his breath catch. The interior of the tower was a cathedral of brass and iron, of gears and wheels and weighted chains that rose through the shadowed space like the skeleton of some vast, patient beast. Shafts of morning light fell through the narrow windows, illuminating motes of dust that drifted in patterns almost as complex as the bell's own songs. The air smelled of machine oil and old stone, of metal and wood and something else. A scent Watson recognized from his medical practice, faint but unmistakable. Death. Recent death, though the body's gone now. The floor of the tower was flagstone, worn smooth by centuries of feet. Against the walls, staircases spiraled upward, not continuous stairs, but separate flights that connected to platforms at various levels, allowing access to different parts of the mechanism. The gears themselves were massive, some as tall as a man, their teeth precisely cut and fitted together with an accuracy that seemed almost supernatural. Chains descended from the heights, wrapped around drums that were studded with small brass pegs arranged in patterns that Watson could not begin to decipher. The mechanism, Holmes, breathed, and Watson heard wonder in his voice, a rare thing, wonder untempered by cynicism. It's even more remarkable than I imagined. The abbot moved to the centre of the floor to a spot where the flagstones were marked with chalk, a rough outline that Watson recognised, though he'd hoped never to see such a thing in a place of worship. The outline of a body, arms spread, legs bent at odd angles. Brother Anselm was found here, the abbot said, his voice very quiet now, as though afraid to disturb the dead who were no longer present. 3 days ago, at dawn, Brother Philippe came to win the weights. They must be raised every week to keep the mechanism running, and found him lying beneath the largest bell, the one we call Gabriel. He pointed upward, and Watson followed his gesture to where, 3 levels above them, a massive bronze bell hung in shadow. The position of the body suggests a fall, Watson observed. Moving closer to examine the chalk outline, from that height, death would have been instantaneous. Yes, the abbot agreed. That is what Brother Philippe believed at first, that Anselm had been working on the mechanism and fell. But then we noticed the circumstances. The locked door, Holmes said, not a question. The locked door, the abbot confirmed. When Brother Philippe arrived at dawn, the door was locked from the outside, as it always is at night. The key was in my possession, hanging in my office as it does every evening. No one else has a key. No one could have entered or left the tower after Compline, after the evening prayer service, when I personally locked the door at 8 o'clock. Holmes was already moving, examining the door's interior surface, running his fingers along the frame, inspecting the lock mechanism with the minute attention he brought to every detail. No other keys, he murmured. But perhaps the door was not actually locked. Perhaps someone closed it to give the appearance. I tested it myself that night, the abbot interrupted. After locking it, I returned and attempted to open it. It was secure, and Brother Matthias, who has the cell nearest the courtyard, heard no one enter or leave. He is elderly and sleeps lightly. Any sound in the courtyard wakes him. Watson watched Holmes move through the tower's base, examining every stone, every seam in the walls. The doctor turned his own attention to the chalk outline, reconstructing in his mind the position the body must have held. Arms spread wide, as though Anselm had been reaching for something. One leg bent beneath him, the other extended. The head, Watson traced the outline. The head had been turned to the side, facing the wall. Was there blood? Watson asked. Yes, the abbot said softly. Not a great deal, but yes, from the head wound. We cleaned it after the body was removed. Perhaps we should not have, but it seemed irreverent to leave it. Understandable, Watson assured him, though it does make certain determinations more difficult. Was there anything else? Any marks on the body? Any signs of violence beyond the injuries from the fall? The abbot shook his head. Brother Anselm was 63 years old. He had been with us for 40 years. A gentleman, a scholar. He worked in our scriptorium, illuminating manuscripts. His hands... The abbot's voice caught slightly. His hands were his life's work. Beautiful, precise work. And now they are still. Holmes had ascended the first staircase and stood on the platform, examining a cluster of gears that interlocked with geometric precision. "Tell me about Brother Anselm's relationship with the mechanism," he called down. "Did he have any particular interest in the bells? Any expertise with the clockwork?" "None whatsoever," the abbot replied. "He appreciated the bells as we all do, but he was not mechanically inclined. If anything, he found the machinery somewhat unsettling. He preferred the silence of the scriptorium, the stillness of prayer. This tower was not a place he visited by choice. And yet he was here, Holmes said, in the middle of the night, alone, in a locked tower, which suggests either he found a way to enter that we have not yet discovered, or someone else was here with him, Watson finished. Someone who left and locked the door behind them. With a key they could not possibly have possessed, the abbot added, his voice heavy with the impossibility of it all. Holmes descended the stairs, his expression thoughtful. He moved to the centre of the floor again, standing in the chalk outline looking upward at the bell called Gabriel. The morning light had shifted, and now it illuminated the bell's surface, revealing inscriptions Watson hadn't noticed before, Latin phrases worn almost smooth by age, and other marks, geometric patterns etched into the bronze. The bell rang that night, the abbot said suddenly. At midnight, as it always does. Gabriel has the deepest tone, and it chimes the hour. Brother Matthias heard it. He remembers because it seemed to ring longer than usual, or perhaps more loudly. It disturbed his sleep. Interesting, Holmes murmured. He was examining the floor now, getting down on hands and knees to study the flagstones themselves, running his fingers along the mortar between them. Watson knew better than to interrupt this process. He turned instead to the abbot. "May I ask what has been done with Brother Anselm's body?" "He's in the chapel," the abbot said. "We have kept him in state, awaiting proper burial. I thought perhaps you might wish to examine him, though I confess the thought troubles me. He deserves his rest." "He deserves justice," Watson said gently. "Or at least understanding. If you'll permit me, I would like to see him. A medical examination might reveal something that was not apparent at first." The abbot nodded slowly. "Of course. I will take you to him. Mr. Holmes, will you?" "I will remain here," Holmes said, not looking up from his examination of the floor. "There is much to learn from this space. Watson can manage medical matters. He has a keener eye for such things than I." Watson followed the abbot back into the courtyard, grateful for the fresh air after the close, oil-scented atmosphere of the tower. The chapel was in the main church, accessed through the public entrance. They passed from the bright November morning into the cool dimness of the sanctuary, and Watson felt the shift in atmosphere like a physical thing, from the mechanical and rational to something older, something that spoke of faith and mystery in ways that had nothing to do with locked doors and falling bodies. The chapel was a small side chamber, lit by candles that cast wavering shadows on walls painted with frescoes so old their colours had faded to suggestions of what they once depicted. Saints and angels, scenes from Scripture, all slowly returning to the stone beneath as time performed its patient work of erasure. Brother Anselm lay on a simple bier covered with a white cloth. The abbot stood at a respectful distance as Watson approached, pulling back the cloth with the careful reverence this place demanded. The monk's face was peaceful in death, more peaceful than Watson would have expected given the violent nature of his end. He was, as the abbot had said, an elderly man, his face lined with age but his features still holding a certain delicacy. His hands, folded on his chest, were as described. Beautiful hands, the fingers long and precise, marked with small calluses that spoke of years holding pen and brush. The nails were clean and trimmed short. Artist's hands. Scholar's hands. Watson began his examination with systematic care, noting each detail. The skull fracture was evident even without disturbing the body. A depression at the back of the head, on the left side, consistent with a fall onto stone. There were other injuries as well, bruising on the right shoulder and arm, a broken rib that Watson could feel through the robe, abrasions on both knees. But there was something else. Watson paused, his fingers gentle on the monk's right hand. He turned it over, examining the palm, and there, pressed into the soft flesh between thumb and forefinger, was a mark. A bruise in the shape of a small rectangle, with a circular depression at one end. "Abbot Laurent," Watson called softly, "was anything found with the body? In his hands, perhaps? Or near him?" The abbot approached. "No, nothing. Why do you ask?" Watson showed him the mark. "This suggests he was holding something. Something small and metallic, I would say, given the precision of the impression. He was gripping it tightly enough to leave this mark, which means he held it in the moments before he fell, or as he fell." "But there was nothing," the abbot repeated. Brother Philippe was quite certain. The floor beneath him was bare. "Then whatever he held," Watson said slowly, working through the logic, "either was removed by someone else, or—" He paused, a thought occurring to him. or it fell from his hand and rolled somewhere, into a crack between stones perhaps, or beneath the machinery. He covered Brother Anselm gently, offering a silent prayer, not from any particular faith, but from the respect one offers the dead. Then he turned back toward the courtyard, toward the tower, his mind already composing the report he would give Holmes. The sun had climbed higher now, and the courtyard was no longer empty. A dozen monks moved about their morning duties, some heading toward the gardens visible beyond an archway, others carrying baskets of laundry or tools for repair work. They moved with practiced efficiency, their sandals whispering on stone, their robes creating soft sounds like the turning of pages. Some glanced at Watson with curiosity, others with what might have been suspicion or perhaps simply concern. A stranger in their midst, asking questions about death in a place dedicated to eternal life. Watson found Holmes exactly where he'd left him, but now the detective was on the second-level platform, examining the drums that controlled the bell sequences. He held something in his hand, something small that caught the light with a metallic gleam. "Holmes?" Watson called up. Holmes looked down, and even in the tower's shadow Watson could see the satisfaction in his friend's expression. "Watson, come up. I believe I've found what Brother Anselm was holding when he died." Watson climbed the spiral stairs, his hand on the cool stone wall for balance. When he reached the platform, Holmes opened his palm to reveal a small brass gear, perhaps half an inch in diameter, its teeth perfectly formed, one of them broken off at the tip. "Found it wedged between two flagstones," Holmes said, not beneath the body, but several feet away, as though it had rolled, or been thrown. Watson pulled out his handkerchief and held it beneath Holmes's hand, letting the gear fall into the clean cloth. "There's a mark on Anselm's palm," he said. "This would fit perfectly. He was holding it when he fell." "Or when he was struck," Holmes said quietly. They stood together on the platform looking down at the chalk outline far below, at the morning light streaming through narrow windows, at the vast mechanical prayer that surrounded them on all sides. And Watson knew, as surely as he knew his own heartbeat, that they had stumbled into something far stranger and more complex than a simple death in a locked tower. Somewhere in this machinery of brass and faith, in these gears that turn to mark the hours and sing the sequences designed by a man 2 centuries dead, there was a secret waiting. And that secret, Watson suspected, had cost Brother Anselm his life. The bells remained silent, but Watson could almost hear them anyway. A ghostly echo of the pattern they'd heard on arrival. Mathematics made music, time given voice. What song had they been singing at midnight when Brother Anselm fell? What had he heard in his final moments, alone in the darkness, clutching a broken gear in his hand? Holmes closed his fingers around the gear, his expression distant. "We need to speak with Brother Philippe," he said, "the one who maintains the mechanism. He will know what this gear belongs to and whether its absence would affect the bell's operation. And whether its removal required someone to be up here," Watson added, "at this very spot, at the time Brother Anselm died." They descended together, the tower's shadows embracing them like secrets too long kept, and above them, silent and patient, the bells waited to sing again. The morning had ripened into something gentler by the time Holmes and Watson emerged from the tower, the November sun climbing through thin clouds that seemed to soften rather than obscure its light. The courtyard had settled into the rhythm of mid-morning, that particular hour when the urgency of dawn tasks had passed and the day stretched ahead with deceptive spaciousness. A monk swept the cloister walk with slow meditative strokes, the bristles whispering against stone in a sound that might have been prayer if one listened carefully enough. Abbot Laurent waited for them near the well at the courtyard's centre, his hands tucked into his sleeves, his expression carrying the weight of questions he seemed afraid to ask. When he saw what Holmes carried, the small brass gear wrapped carefully in Watson's handkerchief, something shifted in his face. Not quite relief, not quite dread. Perhaps recognition that the mystery had deepened rather than clarified, and that clarity, when it came, might bring truths he was unprepared to face. "You found something," the abbot said, a statement rather than a question. "A piece of the mechanism," Holmes replied, unwrapping the gear to show him. "Broken. It was clutched in Brother Anselm's hand when he fell. We need to speak with Brother Philippe. I understand he maintains the clockwork." "For 30 years now," the abbot confirmed. "He learned from Brother Augustine before him, who learned from Brother Thomas, who learned from the original engineer Gaston de Ferron installed. A lineage of knowledge passed from hand to hand like sacred text. He paused, studying the gear with eyes that seemed to see beyond its physical form into some deeper significance. Philippe is in the scriptorium at this hour, working on his drawings. He documents every repair, every adjustment to the mechanism, hundreds of pages, accumulated over decades. He says that when he dies, his successor will need them, that the bell's voice depends on precision maintained across generations. A man who understands the value of records, Holmes observed with approval. Excellent. Watson, bring your medical bag. I have a feeling Brother Philippe's expertise may extend beyond machinery. They crossed the courtyard through air that smelled of wood smoke and herbs. Rosemary, perhaps, or thyme from the gardens. Watson could hear rustling beyond the cloister walls. The scriptorium occupied the upper floor of the eastern building, accessed by an external staircase whose stone steps had been worn concave by centuries of ascending and descending feet. Each step was a small bowl filled with shadow and morning dew, and Watson found himself counting them. 16 steps, each one a meditation on the patient work of time. The scriptorium door stood open to admit the northern light, that particular quality of illumination that artists and scholars have always prized for its steadiness, its refusal to shift and deceive. Inside, the room stretched the building's full length, perhaps 40 feet of space lined with high windows and workbenches where half a dozen monks sat bent over their various labours. Some worked on manuscripts, their quills moving with the careful precision of men who understood that a single misplaced letter could corrupt meaning for centuries. Others illuminated margins with colours that glowed like captured jewels, vermilion and gold leaf, azure made from crushed lapis, emerald green derived from verdigris and patience. The sound in the room was the sound of concentration, the scratch of pen on vellum, the soft rustle of pages being turned, the occasional quiet cough or shift of position. No one spoke. Speech would have been an intrusion here, where the work was not conversation but transformation, taking thought and making it permanent, taking beauty and giving it form. Brother Philippe sat at the farthest bench, beneath a window that framed him in light so pure it seemed to emanate from him, rather than fall upon him. He was younger than Watson had expected, perhaps 40, with the kind of lean build that suggested a man who forgot to eat when his attention was engaged elsewhere. His hands, stained with ink and what might have been machine oil, moved across a large sheet of paper, drawing lines with a straight edge, marking measurements, creating what Watson recognized as a technical schematic of extraordinary detail. The abbot approached him quietly, spoke a few words too soft for Watson to hear. Brother Philippe looked up, his eyes taking a moment to focus, as though he were returning from some distant country where thought existed without the inconvenience of physical form. When he saw Holmes and Watson, something in his expression shifted. Wariness, perhaps, or the instinctive protectiveness of a man whose life's work was about to be examined by outsiders. He rose, setting down his pen with the care one might use with a holy relic. "You are the detective from England," he said, his English accented but clear, the product of education rather than casual exposure. "The abbot said you would come, that you would ask questions about Brother Anselm. And about the mechanism," Holmes added, producing the brass gear. "Can you tell me what this is, and where it belongs in the clockwork system?" Brother Philippe took the gear with fingers that trembled slightly, whether from emotion or simply the tremor of a man who worked with minute precision, Watson could not say. He turned it over, examined the broken tooth, held it up to the light as though the illumination might reveal secrets invisible in shadow. "This is from the secondary escapement," he said finally, his voice very quiet. "Third drum, upper mechanism. It regulates the spacing between certain sequences in the bell pattern." He looked at Holmes, and now there was something like grief in his eyes. Without it, the mechanism would still function, but the rhythm would be wrong. The bells would ring, but they would not sing correctly. They would be wounded. "And when did you discover it was missing?" Holmes asked. "I didn't," Brother Philippe admitted. "Not until this moment. The mechanism is vast, Mr. Holmes. Hundreds of gears, dozens of drums, weights and chains and escapements all working in concert. I inspect it weekly, but I do not examine every individual component each time. If this gear failed recently, if it broke during operation—" He paused, his thumb tracing the broken tooth. But no, that's not right. This tooth was not broken by stress or wear. Look here. The fracture is clean, almost deliberately made. This gear was removed. Someone took it out of the mechanism. Watson watched Holmes's expression shift, that particular look of satisfaction that indicated a hypothesis being confirmed. And removing it would require being on the second-level platform, Holmes said, at a height of approximately 30 feet above the tower floor. Yes, Brother Philippe confirmed. The secondary escapement is accessible only from that platform. One would need to climb the stairs, locate the specific gear assembly, and carefully extract this piece without disturbing the surrounding mechanism. It would take knowledge and time. How much time? Watson asked. Brother Philippe considered. For someone experienced, perhaps 10 minutes. For someone unfamiliar with the mechanism, someone working in darkness, afraid of being discovered, much longer, and there would be risk. The gears are always under tension. Remove the wrong piece at the wrong moment, and the entire assembly could shift. Chains could snap. Weights could fall. Or bells could ring, Holmes said softly. Yes, Brother Philippe agreed. Or bells could ring. The abbot had been listening in silence, but now he spoke, his voice carrying an undercurrent of distress Watson had not heard before. What are you suggesting, Mr. Holmes? That Brother Anselm was in the tower to sabotage the mechanism? I suggest nothing yet, Holmes replied. I merely observe facts. Brother Anselm was found dead in a locked tower, holding this gear. The gear came from a part of the mechanism that required climbing to the second level. The question is not what he was doing there. The gear tells us that plainly enough. But why? And whether he was alone? Brother Philippe had returned to his workbench, but not to resume his drawing. Instead, he pulled out a large leather-bound volume, its pages thick and irregular, hand-cut and hand-sewn. He opened it to a section marked with a ribbon and began paging through what Watson could now see were detailed schematics of the bell mechanism, elevation views, cross-sections, exploded diagrams showing how each component related to every other. Brother Anselm came to see me, Philippe said suddenly, not looking up from his drawings. 2 weeks ago, he wanted to know about the mechanism's history, about Gaston de Ferrand, the man who designed it. I thought it was merely curiosity. Anselm was a scholar, after all. He appreciated complexity, precision. I showed him some of my documentation, told him what I knew of de Ferrand's work. He paused, his finger tracing a line on one of the schematics. He asked me a strange question. He asked if the bells had ever said anything that wasn't prayers. Silence filled the scriptorium like water filling a bowl, deep and complete. The other monks had stopped their work, though they pretended not to listen. Even the light seemed to hold still, waiting. What did you tell him? Holmes asked, his voice carefully neutral. I told him that bells don't speak, Brother Philippe said. They ring, they mark the hours, they call us to pray. What they say is what we hear in them, what we bring to them with our own hearts and minds. But he was not satisfied with that answer. He said... Felipe hesitated, then continued. He said he had been listening to the midnight sequence for months, had been writing down the pattern, and that he believed there was a message encoded in the bell's rhythm, a message that had nothing to do with prayer. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air. Beside him, Holmes had gone very still, the stillness of a predator that has caught the scent of its quarry. Did he show you his writings? Holmes asked. His transcriptions of the bell patterns? No. I dismissed his concerns, I'm afraid. Gently but firmly. I told him he was seeing patterns where none existed, that the mechanism simply followed the programming of its drums, and that de Ferrand was a faithful man who built a faithful instrument. Brother Philippe closed the volume with a soft thump. I may have been wrong. Where are Brother Anselm's papers now? Watson interjected. His notes, his transcriptions? The abbot answered. In his cell, I assume. We have touched nothing since his death. I thought it would be disrespectful to disturb his belongings before the burial. May we see his cell? Holmes asked, though the question was more courtesy than request. They left the scriptorium in a silence that felt heavy with implications, descending the worn stone steps into a courtyard where the light had shifted again, where the shadows had lengthened and the day had moved forward whether anyone was ready for it or not. The dormitory building was simple, austere in the way Benedictine architecture had always been. Beauty through proportion rather than ornament, elegance through function rather than decoration. Brother Anselm's cell was on the second floor, one of a dozen identical rooms opening onto a corridor that smelled of beeswax and old stone. The door was not locked. Privacy in a monastery was more spiritual than physical, maintained by respect rather than barriers. The abbot opened it with visible reluctance, as though crossing the threshold uninvited was itself a violation. The room was perhaps 10 feet square, containing only what was necessary: a narrow bed, a writing desk, a chair, a crucifix on the wall, a single window that looked out over the gardens. The desk was tidy, almost painfully so, with pens arranged by size, ink bottles stoppered and clean, a stack of vellum pages cut and ready for use. On the wall above the desk hung a calendar marked with the dates of saints' days and feast days, a map of the heavens showing the constellations, and a small shelf holding perhaps a dozen books, breviaries, psalters, a worn copy of St. Augustine's Confessions. But on the desk itself, in pride of place, lay what they had come for: a notebook bound in dark leather, its pages covered in handwriting so precise it might have been printed. Holmes moved to it immediately, handling it with the reverence it deserved, opening it to reveal page after page of notations. Watson looked over his friend's shoulder and saw what Brother Anselm had spent months compiling: transcriptions of the bell sequences, written out in a notation that combined musical staff marks with numbers and symbols Watson did not immediately recognise. Each page was dated, showing that Anselm had listened to and recorded the midnight chimes every night for the past 6 months. The dedication was staggering, the precision absolute. But more than that, and this is what made Watson's breath catch, each page included notes in the margin, written in what appeared to be Latin at first glance, but was actually something else, some cipher or code that Anselm had been working to break. Some entries were marked with checks, others with question marks. Some had been circled, others crossed out. It was the work of a man consumed by a puzzle, driven by a mystery he could not let rest. He was a cryptographer, Holmes murmured, turning pages with careful fingers, or he became one. Look here, Watson. He's mapped the bell sequences to letters. He's treating the entire pattern as a substitution cipher, where each unique sequence of strikes corresponds to a different character. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. But why would de Ferron encode messages in church bells? Watson asked. He was commissioned to create a religious instrument. Surely he wouldn't... Wouldn't he? Holmes interrupted, looking up with eyes bright with excitement. Consider the era, Watson. 1756. The age of enlightenment in full flower. The church is still powerful, still demanding conformity. But the scientific revolution is well underway. Men like de Ferron, educated in mathematics and natural philosophy, began to question doctrines that contradicted observation and reason. What if de Ferron had knowledge, ideas, discoveries that he knew the church would condemn as heretical? What better place to hide them than in a mechanism installed in a monastery, playing prayers that no one would think to question? The abbot had gone pale. Mr. Holmes, you cannot seriously suggest that our bells, blessed and consecrated, ringing the hours for 200 years, have been broadcasting... what? Heresy. I suggest nothing yet, Holmes repeated, but there was something in his tone that suggested he very much did suggest exactly that. But Brother Anselm believed he had found something important enough to make him climb into that tower at night, to remove a gear from the mechanism. The question is whether he climbed there alone, and whether someone wanted to prevent him from revealing what he'd discovered. Brother Philippe, who had accompanied them to the cell, stepped forward and gently took the notebook from Holmes's hands. He studied a page, his lips moving silently as he read the marginal notes. I can't decipher this, he said finally, but I can tell you something about the sequences themselves. Anselm was right. There is variation in them. Not random variation, but deliberate. The midnight chimes change slightly from night to night, following a pattern that repeats only over the course of years. 7 years, to be precise. I always thought it was simply de Ferron's artistry, his desire to create something complex and beautiful. But if he was encoding information, then the complete message would take 7 years to transmit, Holmes finished, and would then repeat, an eternal broadcast hidden in plain hearing, waiting for someone clever enough to listen properly. Watson moved to the window, looking out over the gardens where monks worked in the afternoon light, tending to plants that would sleep through winter and wake in spring. The perpetual cycle of death and resurrection that faith promised and nature demonstrated. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear the bleating of sheep, the ring of a hammer on metal, the everyday sounds of a community going about its business, and beneath it all always the potential for those bells to ring, to sing their mechanical hymns, to speak in a language only mathematics could decode. "We need to examine the archives," Holmes said, turning to the abbot. "Whatever records you have of de Ferron's time here, of his installation of the mechanism, of his life before he came to Saint-Michel-des-Champs, there will be clues in his history, patterns that will help us understand what he was trying to preserve." The abbot nodded slowly, though Watson could see the struggle in his face, the conflict between his desire for truth and his fear of what that truth might reveal. "Brother Lucien is our archivist," he said. "He maintains the historical records. I will take you to him. But I must ask, Mr. Holmes, when you discover what de Ferron hid in our bells, what will you do with that knowledge?" Holmes was quiet for a moment, his gaze returning to Anselm's notebook, to those pages filled with the patient work of decryption, the months of listening and transcribing and searching for meaning. "That depends," he said finally, "on what the knowledge is, and on whether it is knowledge that killed Brother Anselm." They descended again, always descending in this place of ascending prayers, moving through corridors that had witnessed 2 centuries of identical days, each one marked by the same bells, the same prayers, the same rituals. But now those bells carried a different weight, those prayers a different meaning. What had seemed merely beautiful was now also mysterious. What had seemed holy was now also hidden. The archives were housed in the oldest part of the Abbey, in rooms that dated to the original 11th century construction. The air here was different, cooler, drier, carefully maintained to preserve the documents that stretched back through generations. Brother Lucian met them at the door, a man so elderly he seemed almost translucent, as though time was slowly erasing him, the way it erased the colours in ancient frescoes. His hands, when he showed them to the shelves containing records from the 18th century, shook with palsy, but his mind was sharp as winter light. "Gaston de Ferron," he said, his voice like pages turning. "Yes, a complicated man, a brilliant man. He came to us in 1754 seeking refuge. He had been... There were accusations. The Sorbonne had questioned his teaching. The Church had concerns about his writings." "What kind of concerns?" Holmes asked, running his fingers along the spines of leather-bound volumes, reading dates embossed in gold. "He taught mathematics," Brother Lucian said, pulling down a volume and opening it to reveal pages covered in faded ink, records of daily life from 2.5 centuries ago. "But also natural philosophy, astronomy. He had corresponded with men like Voltaire, like the encyclopedists. He believed the universe operated according to rational laws, that observation and reason could reveal truths that Scripture obscured." The old monk paused, his rheumy eyes meeting Holmes. "He believed the earth moved around the sun, Mr. Holmes, and in 1754 such belief was still dangerous." Watson felt the weight of it, the courage it must have taken, the faith not in doctrine but in observation, in the evidence of mathematics and the testimony of careful measurement, to believe something the Church condemned, to preserve that belief at the risk of one's life and soul. "So he came here," Holmes said softly, "to a monastery, to hide." "To hide, yes," Brother Lucian agreed, "but also to build." The abbot at that time, Abbot Christophe, was himself a man of learning. He protected de Ferron, gave him sanctuary and commissioned him to create the bell mechanism. De Ferron worked for 2 years, alone mostly, occasionally with a single assistant. When the mechanism was completed and consecrated, he lived here for another 3 years, maintaining it, documenting its operation. Then he died, peacefully of a fever, and was buried in our cemetery. "And no one questioned the mechanism?" Watson asked. "No one examined it closely enough to discover what he might have hidden in it?" Brother Lucian smiled, an expression that held both sadness and something like pride. "It was blessed by a bishop, Dr. Watson. It rang prayers. Who would think to question prayers? For 200 years the bells have rung, and we have listened, and we have heard what we expected to hear. Perhaps Brother Anselm was the first to listen differently." Holmes had been reading through the volume of records, his eyes moving quickly over the pages, absorbing information with that peculiar intensity he brought to research. "Here," he said suddenly, pointing to an entry. "A week before the mechanism was consecrated, de Ferron requested permission to make a final adjustment to the drum programming. He spent 3 days alone in the tower with instructions that he was not to be disturbed. The abbot granted his request." 3 days, Watson murmured, "long enough to encode considerable information." "Or to create a key," Holmes said. A cipher that would allow someone someday to read what he had written in bronze and brass. He closed the volume, his expression distant. We need to understand that mechanism completely, not just how it works, but what it says. Brother Philippe, you have the technical knowledge. Watson, you have medical precision, and I have experience with codes and ciphers. Between us, we should be able to hear what de Ferron wanted us to hear. They returned to the courtyard as bells began to ring, not the elaborate midnight sequence, but the simple call to Vespers, the evening prayer. The sound was pure and clear, cascading down from the tower in waves of bronze resonance. Monks emerged from various buildings, converging on the church like iron filings drawn to a lodestone, the pull of routine and ritual and 200 years of identical evenings, all leading to this moment, this gathering, this prayer. Holmes and Watson stood aside as the community filed past, and Watson saw in his friend's face something he rarely witnessed, not mere intellectual curiosity, but genuine wonder. The wonder of discovering that something beautiful was also meaningful, that art and science could be the same thing, that a man 2 centuries dead could still speak if only one knew how to listen. "Tomorrow," Holmes said as the last monk disappeared into the church and the courtyard fell into twilight shadow, "we begin to decode those bells. We discover what truth de Ferron thought worth hiding, and, perhaps in doing so, we discover why Brother Anselm died." The bells fell silent, the courtyard held its breath, and somewhere in the mechanism above them, gears turned with patient precision, counting down the hours until midnight, until the great bell Gabriel would ring, until whatever message was encoded in its bronze voice would broadcast once more into the darkness, waiting for ears that knew how to understand. The evening settled over Saint-Michel-des-Champs with the particular quality of stillness that November brings to the French countryside, a hush that feels less like silence and more like the world drawing breath before winter's deepest sleep. Watson stood at the window of the guest quarters they'd been assigned, watching as darkness gathered in the valley below, pooling like water in the low places before rising to drown the hills. Lights appeared in the village, candles and oil lamps creating small islands of warmth against the encroaching cold. Somewhere distant, a dog barked, the sound carrying clearly in the air that had gone sharp with the promise of frost. Behind him, Holmes sat at the small writing desk, Brother Anselm's notebook open before him, several sheets of paper covered with his own notations spreading across the surface like a mathematical garden growing in real time. He had been working for 3 hours now, ever since their return from the archives, pausing only when Brother Philippe had brought them a simple meal of bread, cheese and wine that sat mostly untouched on a tray by the door. The room was warm, heated by a small brazier that cast shifting shadows on walls bare except for a crucifix and a faded tapestry depicting St. Benedict receiving his rule. The scent of burning charcoal mixed with the smell of old stone and beeswax, creating an atmosphere that felt suspended between eras, medieval and modern, existing in the same breath. "Watson," Holmes said suddenly, his voice breaking the contemplative quiet, "come look at this." Watson crossed to the desk, grateful for something to focus on beyond his own circular thoughts. He had been dwelling on Brother Anselm's body, on those careful scholar's hands folded in death, on the expression of peace that seemed at odds with a violent fall. Something about the death troubled him beyond the obvious questions of locked doors and missing keys. Something medical, something his trained eye had noticed, but his conscious mind had not yet grasped. Holmes had arranged several pages in a sequence, each one covered with the bell notations Anselm had transcribed. "Look at the pattern," he said, pointing with his pencil. "Each night's sequence at midnight involves the largest bell, Gabriel, striking in combinations with the smaller bells. Anselm recorded not just which bells rang, but the duration of each strike, the intervals between them, even the subtle variations in tone he could detect." Watson studied the pages. The notations were extraordinarily detailed. Musical staff, marks showing pitch, numbers indicating duration in seconds, additional symbols denoting what Anselm had labelled as resonance patterns. It was the work of a man with not just a scholar's patience but a musician's ear. He was attempting to create a complete acoustic map, Watson observed, not just the sequence but the entire auditory experience. Precisely, and here, Holmes pointed to a series of marginal notes. He began to recognise repetitions, not in the obvious sequence of bells, but in the mathematical relationships between strikes, the intervals, Watson, the spaces between the sounds. That's where de Ferron hid his message. Holmes pulled out a fresh sheet and began drawing what Watson recognized as a geometric diagram. Circles and lines, angles measured with precision. Music is mathematics made audible, Holmes continued, his pencil moving with swift confidence. Pythagoras understood this 2,000 years ago. The relationship between tones can be expressed as ratios, simple fractions that govern harmony and discord. De Ferron was a mathematician. He would have known this intimately. So the message isn't in which bells ring, Watson said slowly, working through the logic, but in how they ring relative to each other. Exactly. The sequence itself is a distraction, elaborate but ultimately meaningless. But the intervals between strikes, those form a numerical code, and numbers, dear Watson, can express anything: coordinates, dates, letters converted to numerical equivalents. Holmes sat back, satisfaction evident in his expression. Brother Anselm was beginning to see this. Look here, in his final weeks of transcription, he started adding calculations, converting intervals to numbers, attempting various substitution patterns. Watson studied the calculations, feeling that peculiar mix of admiration and unease that Holmes's deductions often provoked. But he didn't complete the work. He died before he could fully decode the message. Or he decoded enough to compel him into that tower, Holmes said quietly. Enough to make him believe he needed to stop the message, or perhaps to protect it. The question is which, and from whom? A knock at the door interrupted them. Brother Philippe entered at Holmes' invitation, carrying a leather satchel bulging with papers. He looked exhausted, his face drawn, dark circles beneath his eyes suggesting he'd slept poorly since Anselm's death, or perhaps not at all. I brought my documentation, he said, setting the satchel on the small table by the untouched meal. 3 decades of maintenance records. Every gear I've replaced, every chain I've adjusted, every modification to the weight timing. If there's anything unusual in the mechanism's operation, it should be recorded here. Holmes rose and helped him spread the papers. Technical drawings of extraordinary precision, maintenance logs dated and annotated, even sketches showing how specific repairs were executed. It was the accumulated knowledge of a lifetime spent in intimate conversation with machinery, learning its language the way a priest learns scripture. These are remarkable, Holmes said, with genuine admiration in his voice. Your documentation rivals anything I've seen from professional engineers in London. Brother Philippe smiled tiredly. The mechanism is my prayer, Mr. Holmes. Some men pray with words. I pray with precision. Every gear I maintain is an act of devotion, to the memory of Gaston de Ferron, to the Abbey, to the idea that something built with sufficient care can outlast its creator. He paused, looking at Anselm's notebook still open on the desk. I should have listened to him. When he came to me with his questions about messages in the bells, I dismissed it as fancy. I was wrong. You were protecting what you loved, Watson said gently. That's not wrong, merely incomplete. Brother Philippe pulled a chair to the desk, sitting heavily as though his legs no longer quite trusted themselves. I've been thinking about what you said earlier, about the gear Anselm was holding. If he removed it from the secondary escapement, he would have affected the timing of specific bell combinations, not stopped the mechanism but altered it, made certain intervals longer or shorter. Changing the message, Holmes said. Or revealing it, Philippe countered. What if the mechanism we've been maintaining all these years isn't quite what de Ferron originally programmed? What if there have been subtle modifications over the centuries? Small adjustments made by engineers who didn't understand what they were altering. The drums that control the bell sequences are complex, but they can be adjusted. Perhaps Anselm believed he needed to restore an original setting. Holmes leaned forward, interest sharpening. Do you have de Ferron's original programming specifications, his design documents? Some, Philippe admitted, but they're fragmentary. Much was lost over the years. Fire, water damage, simple neglect. What remains is in the archives, but it's incomplete. I've been working from the mechanism itself, maintaining what exists rather than trying to reconstruct what was intended. Show me, Holmes said, and the 3 of them bent over the papers, Philippe's technical drawings beside Anselm's transcriptions, beside Holmes's mathematical calculations, 3 different languages all attempting to describe the same truth. Watson watched them work. These 2 men who approached mystery from different directions. Holmes with his relentless logic, Philippe with his engineer's understanding of how physical systems expressed abstract intentions. He felt, as he often did in Holmes's presence, both essential and superfluous. Essential because Holmes needed his grounding, his reminder that mysteries involved human hearts as well as mechanical gears. Superfluous because the real work was happening in realms of pure thought, where his medical training provided limited advantage. He crossed to the window again, looking out at darkness now complete, the valley below invisible except where scattered lights marked human habitation. The Abbey's own lights were mostly extinguished. Monks rose with the sun and slept soon after Compline, the final evening prayer. Only in this guest room, and presumably in the tower where the mechanism required no sleep, did light still burn. As if summoned by his thought, the bells began to ring. Not the midnight sequence, it was only 9:30, but the call to Compline. The sound cascaded down from the tower, simple and pure, a pattern Watson had heard several times now since their arrival. 3 strikes on the smallest bell, a pause, 5 strikes on the middle bell, another pause, then a long resonant tone from Gabriel that seemed to vibrate in Watson's chest, in his bones, in some deep part of himself that recognized the sound as something more than mere acoustic phenomenon. He heard footsteps below as monks made their way to the church for the final prayers of the day. The rhythm of sandals on stone created a counterpoint to the bells, human feet and bronze voices combining in an unintentional harmony. Watson thought of the generations who had walked these same stones, hearing these same bells, 200 years of nights, of prayers, of the daily dying into sleep that mirrored the larger dying all men eventually faced. What had de Ferron believed that made him willing to hide it in this place? What truth had he smuggled into sanctuary, encoded in mathematics, broadcast in bronze? And had that truth killed Brother Anselm 2 centuries later? Good Lord, Holmes breathed behind him, and Watson turned to see his friend staring at a sheet of paper, his expression one of dawning realization. Philippe, your maintenance records. Here, from 15 years ago, you noted that you replaced 3 gears in the secondary escapement. You recorded the sizes, the tooth counts. Yes, Philippe confirmed. Standard maintenance. The original gears were worn beyond safe operation. I fabricated replacements using the same specifications. The same specifications you could measure, Holmes said carefully, from the worn gears. But what if those gears had themselves been replaced at some earlier date? What if they were already incorrect, already modified from de Ferron's original design? Philippe's face went pale in the candlelight. You're suggesting I've been maintaining an error, perpetuating a mistake made decades or centuries ago. I'm suggesting, Holmes said gently, that the message we've been hearing for the past 15 years may not be the message de Ferron originally programmed, and that Brother Anselm, in removing that gear, may have been attempting to restore it. Silence filled the room like water rising. Watson could hear his own heartbeat, the crackle of charcoal in the brazier, the distant sound of monks' voices raised in plain song from the church below. The bells had fallen silent, their call complete, their duty done. There's a way to test this, Philippe said finally. De Ferron left drawings, partial, fragmented, but they exist. If we can find his original specifications for the secondary escapement, we can compare them to what currently exists in the mechanism. If there are discrepancies, then we'll know Anselm was right, Holmes finished, and we'll know what the mechanism should be saying, rather than what it has been saying. They worked through the night, sleep forgotten or at least deferred, irrelevant in the face of mystery demanding solutions. Brother Lucian was roused from his bed, apologetically but necessarily, and brought them to the archive's deepest shelves, where de Ferron's original documents resided in a wooden chest bound with iron straps and a lock whose key hung on a chain around the elderly archivist's neck. The chest opened with a protest of hinges that hadn't moved in years, releasing air that smelled of old paper and older secrets. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth against moisture and time, were perhaps 24 sheets of vellum covered in technical drawings of extraordinary complexity. De Ferron's hand had been precise, his lines confident, his notations meticulous. Looking at them, Watson felt he was seeing directly into the mind of a man who understood that what he was creating would outlive him, would speak when he could not, would preserve truths that his own century was not ready to hear. Philippe spread the drawings on the archive table, handling them with a reverence usually reserved for scripture. His fingers traced lines, measured angles, compared specifications to the mechanism he knew so intimately. Holmes watched over his shoulder occasionally pointing, asking questions in that rapid-fire way he had when pursuing a thought to its conclusion. Watson, recognizing his own limitations, made himself useful by organizing the documents, keeping them in order, ensuring that nothing was lost or confused in the urgency of examination. It was work that required attention but not expertise, and he found a certain meditation in it, the careful handling of fragile paper, the mindfulness required to preserve what centuries had already threatened. "Here," Philippe said, his voice strange, pitched somewhere between triumph and despair. "The secondary escapement, de Ferron's original specifications." He pulled out a drawing, laid it beside his own documentation of the current mechanism. Even Watson, untrained in engineering, could see the differences, gear ratios that didn't match. Tooth counts varied. Subtle alterations that would change timing, would modify intervals, would transform whatever mathematical message the bells were meant to convey. "When did it change?" Holmes asked. "Can you determine that from your records and those of your predecessors?" Philippe was already shuffling through papers, comparing maintenance logs, tracing the lineage of repairs backward, through time. "Here," he said, finding an entry from 1843. "Brother Matthias, not the current one, his great-uncle, replaced several gears in the secondary escapement after a weight chain broke and caused damage to the mechanism. He fabricated new gears based on what was there, what he could measure. He had no way to know they'd already been modified." "Modified when?" Watson asked. "And by whom?" Brother Lucian, who had been watching silently, spoke up in his papery voice. "There was a fire in 1798. During the Revolution, the Abbey was ransacked, some buildings burned. The tower survived, but there was damage. A local blacksmith was brought in to make repairs. We have almost no records from that period. Much was destroyed or lost. But if repairs were made by someone who didn't understand the mechanism's true purpose, then the message has been corrupted for over a century," Holmes said softly. "And no one knew. No one listened carefully enough to notice that what the bells were saying didn't quite make sense." He turned to Philippe. "Can you restore it? Can you fabricate gears to de Ferron's original specifications?" Philippe studied the drawings, his expression calculating, considering. "Yes. It would take time, perhaps a week, working in the Abbey's forge. But yes, I could restore the secondary escapement to its original design." "Do it," Holmes said, "but carefully, quietly. If someone killed Brother Anselm to prevent this truth from being revealed, they may yet be watching. They may yet act." Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the archive's cold air. "You believe the killer is still here, in the Abbey?" "I believe someone has a vested interest in keeping de Ferron's message hidden," Holmes replied. "Whether that person is in the Abbey or merely has access to it, I cannot yet say. But Brother Anselm's death was not random. It was purposeful. Someone knew he was close to understanding, and someone stopped him." They returned the documents to their chest, locked it away, thanked Brother Lucian, who departed for what remained of the night, with the weary resignation of an old man whose sleep had been traded for knowledge he wasn't certain he wanted. The archives settled back into their patient darkness, where secrets kept themselves simply by being too old, too numerous, too deeply buried for casual discovery. Walking back across the courtyard toward their guest quarters, Watson found himself hyper-aware of the darkness between buildings, the shadows that might hide observers, the silent windows that might conceal watching eyes. The Abbey felt different now, not peaceful but watchful, not sanctuary but stage, where some drama was being played out with stakes he still didn't fully comprehend. "Holmes," he said quietly, "what do you think de Ferron encoded in those bells? What truth was worth this elaborate concealment?" Holmes was silent for several paces, their footsteps the only sound in the sleeping Abbey. When he spoke, his voice carried a quality Watson had rarely heard, something almost like reverence. "I think de Ferron believed the universe operates according to rational laws that can be discovered through observation and mathematics. I think he had evidence for the heliocentric model, that the Earth orbits the Sun rather than the reverse. I think he may have calculated orbital mechanics, planetary positions, perhaps even made predictions about celestial events that could be verified by anyone with sufficient patience and a clear night sky." "But that knowledge is no longer heretical," Watson objected. "The Church has accepted—" "Has it?" Holmes interrupted. "Officially, perhaps, grudgingly. But there are elements within the Church that still resist, that still see science as a threat rather than a tool. And there are men, powerful men, whose authority rests on maintaining certain fictions, certain comfortable beliefs. If de Ferron's bells have been broadcasting mathematical proof of astronomical truth for 2 centuries, if that proof can be decoded and verified— He trailed off, but the implication was clear. They reached their quarters and found Brother Philippe already there, having taken a different route, his satchel repacked with the drawings he'd need to fabricate the correct gears. He looked determined now, the exhaustion burned away by purpose. "I'll begin tomorrow," he said, "in the forge. It will take several days, but I'll work as quickly as I can." He paused at the door, looking back at them. "Brother Anselm was my friend. Not a close friend. We were too different. He with his manuscripts and I with my mechanisms. But a good man. A kind man. If he died because he was trying to restore truth to these bells, then restoring that truth is the best memorial I can offer him." When he'd gone, Holmes and Watson prepared for what remained of the night. The brazier had burned low, its coals glowing like small trapped stars. Watson found himself thinking about stars, about how they appeared to circle the earth in their nightly procession, about how that appearance was itself a kind of lie, a trick of perspective that concealed a more complex, more beautiful truth. "We should sleep," Holmes said, though he made no move toward the narrow bed that would barely accommodate his frame. "Tomorrow we'll need to keep watch. If someone is willing to kill to keep de Ferron's secret hidden, they may act again when they learn Philippe is modifying the mechanism." "You think they're watching that closely?" "I think nothing in this abbey happens without someone noticing," Holmes replied. "Communities this small, this closed, everyone knows everyone else's business. If Philippe begins fabricating gears, if we continue examining the mechanism, someone will know, and someone may decide to intervene." Watson finally settled onto his own bed, the straw mattress rustling beneath him, and stared up at the dark ceiling where shadows played in the dying light of the brazier. Outside, the night held its secrets, the valley hidden in darkness, the village sleeping, the bells silent in their tower, waiting for midnight when they would ring their corrupted message once more. But soon, perhaps within the week, those bells would ring correctly for the first time in over a century. They would speak in Gaston de Ferron's true voice, would broadcast whatever truth he had encoded in bronze and brass. And when they did, Watson suspected, the real danger would begin. He closed his eyes, but sleep was slow in coming. His mind kept returning to Brother Anselm, to those peaceful features in death, to the broken gear clutched in a dead man's hand, and to something else, something his medical eye had noticed but his conscious mind had dismissed as insignificant. The bruising on Anselm's right shoulder, the abrasions on his knees, the pattern of injuries suggested a fall, yes. But Watson had seen enough bodies, enough results of falls from height, to know that something didn't quite fit. The injuries were consistent with falling backward, with hitting the shoulder and head first. But the chalk outline had shown Anselm lying face down, arms spread forward as though reaching. Either the body had been moved after death, or Brother Anselm hadn't fallen at all. He'd been pushed. Morning arrived with a reluctance that seemed appropriate to November, the sun rising pale and hesitant behind clouds that had gathered overnight like conspirators planning mischief. Watson woke to the sound of bells, not the elaborate sequences that so fascinated Holmes, but the simple matins call ringing the Abbey to consciousness with gentle insistence. He lay still for a moment, collecting his thoughts from the fragmentary landscapes of dreams, remembering where he was and why. Holmes's bed was empty, the blanket folded with military precision. Through the window, Watson could see his friend in the courtyard below, pacing with that particular intensity that indicated his mind was already hours ahead of his body, racing through possibilities and probabilities, while the rest of the world still rubbed sleep from its eyes. Watson dressed quickly, splashing cold water on his face from the basin provided, the shock of it driving away the last cobwebs of sleep. His thoughts from the previous night returned with uncomfortable clarity. The pattern of Anselm's injuries, the inconsistency between the body's position and the nature of his wounds. He needed to discuss this with Holmes, but first he needed to be certain. Medical conclusions based on memory rather than direct examination were dangerous things, prone to the distortions of wishful thinking or premature hypothesis. He found Holmes in the courtyard, standing near the well, his attention fixed on the bell tower with an intensity that suggested he was seeing through the stone walls to the mechanism within. The morning air was sharp, carrying the scent of frost and wood smoke, of bread baking somewhere in the Abbey's kitchens and the earthy smell of damp soil from the gardens. "You didn't sleep," Watson observed. Not a question. "I thought," Holmes replied, which was his way of saying the same thing. "Watson, I've been considering the sequence of events. Brother Anselm discovers the message in the bells. He spends months transcribing, calculating, decoding. He realizes the mechanism has been altered from its original design. He approaches Brother Philippe, who dismisses his concerns. So Anselm decides to act independently, to enter the tower at night, to remove a gear that he believes is causing the corruption." "But he doesn't act entirely independently," Watson said, following the logic. "Someone knows he's there. Someone follows him into the tower." "Or was already there waiting," Holmes suggested. "The door was locked from the outside after his death. Either the killer left and locked it, having possession of a key that supposedly doesn't exist, or—" he paused, his eyes still fixed on the tower. "Or the killer never left at all. Is still there, in fact, hidden somewhere in the mechanism's complexity." Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning cold. "You think someone lives in the tower, concealed in the machinery?" "I think the tower may have secrets beyond the bells," Holmes said. "Consider de Ferrand's situation. A man fleeing persecution, granted sanctuary but still at risk. He installs an elaborate mechanism, ostensibly for religious purposes, but actually to preserve forbidden knowledge. Would such a man not also create a hiding place? A refuge within the refuge?" Before Watson could respond, Brother Philippe emerged from one of the buildings, carrying tools wrapped in cloth. He approached them with the determined stride of a man who had found purpose to replace grief, who had transmuted sorrow into action. "I'm going to the forge," he said without preamble, "to begin fabricating the gears. It will take most of the day to set up the equipment properly, to ensure the specifications are exact. But by tomorrow I should have the first pieces ready." "Be careful," Holmes said, and there was genuine concern in his voice. "If our suspicions are correct, your work may draw unwanted attention." Philippe nodded grimly. "I've asked Brother Etienne to assist me. He's our herbalist, but he has steady hands and understands the need for precision. 2 pairs of eyes will be safer than 1, and his presence will seem natural. He often helps with repairs around the Abbey." After Philippe had departed, Holmes turned to Watson with a sudden decision. "Come, we're going to examine the tower more thoroughly. Not the mechanism itself, but the structure. The spaces between the machinery, the shadows behind the gears. If there's a hidden chamber, a concealed passage, it will reveal itself to careful observation." They crossed the courtyard as the Abbey settled into its morning rhythm. Monks moved about there, assigned tasks with the choreographed efficiency of long practice, some toward the gardens, others to the scriptorium, still others to the kitchens or laundry or the dozen other functions that kept a self-sufficient community operating. Several glanced at Holmes and Watson with expressions ranging from curiosity to concern, but none approached. The investigating strangers had become part of the landscape now, expected if not entirely welcome. The tower door stood open. Brother Philippe had unlocked it before heading to the forge, trusting Holmes and Watson to conduct their investigation unsupervised. They entered into the cathedral of brass and iron, into that space where human prayer and mechanical precision existed in uneasy communion. The morning light fell differently than it had the previous day, entering through the narrow windows at altered angles, illuminating different sections of the mechanism, casting different shadows. Watson noticed how the light transformed the space. What had seemed solid in the afternoon sun now revealed gaps. What had appeared seamless now showed seams. The tower was like a text written in light and shadow, its meaning changing with the hour. Holmes began his examination at the walls, moving slowly around the tower's circumference, his fingers trailing along stone, pressing occasionally as though testing for hollowness, for spaces that shouldn't exist. Watson watched, then began his own examination of the floor, studying the flagstones for irregularities, for signs that some might be removable, might conceal spaces beneath. They worked in silence, the kind of companionable quiet that came from years of partnership, each trusting the other's thoroughness, neither needing to explain or justify their methods. The only sounds were their footsteps, their breathing, and the occasional creak of the mechanism as weights shifted minutely on their chains, as gears settled into equilibrium, as the tower breathed in its mechanical way. It was Watson who noticed the inconsistency. On the eastern wall, behind a cluster of gears that formed part of what Philippe had called the tertiary weight system, the stone face showed a peculiar pattern, Most of the tower's interior walls were smooth, the mortar between stones carefully finished. But here, in this shadowed space where casual observation was unlikely, the mortar was rougher, its colour subtly different, suggesting either much older work or much newer, either original construction or recent repair. "Holmes," he called softly, "look at this." Holmes crossed to him, his eyes following Watson's pointing finger to the irregular stonework. He pulled out his magnifying lens, examining the mortar closely, scraping a small sample with his fingernail and rolling it between his fingers to test its consistency. "Newer," he pronounced, "perhaps 20 or 30 years old. The mortar has healed but hasn't yet developed the crystalline hardness of centuries-old material." He stepped back, studying the wall's broader context, the relationship between the irregular section and the surrounding structure. It's roughly 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, door-sized, or rather doorway-sized, now concealed. Watson felt his pulse quicken. "How do we open it?" "We don't, not yet. First we determine where it leads." Holmes was already moving toward the stairs, ascending to the second-level platform where they had found Anselm's gear. From this vantage point they could look down at the suspicious section of wall and could see how it related to the tower's overall geometry. "The tower's exterior is circular," Holmes said, gesturing with his hands to map the space. "But the interior mechanism doesn't fill the entire volume. There are gaps between the machinery and the outer walls, necessary spaces for maintenance, for the natural expansion and contraction of materials. But here, on the eastern side, the gap is larger than necessary. The mechanism could have been built closer to the wall, should have been for optimal weight distribution. Unless the gap was intentional," Watson finished. "A space for something other than machinery." Holmes nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. "A hidden chamber, Watson, perhaps 10 feet deep and running the height of the tower, large enough to contain—" "What?" "A workshop, a library, a refuge." They descended, both of them drawn back to the concealed doorway, to this mystery within the larger mystery. Holmes examined the surrounding machinery, studying how the gears were mounted, how the chains were routed. "Clever," he murmured. "The mechanism itself blocks access. One would need to partially disassemble the tertiary weight system to reach the wall. Hours of work requiring expertise and tools, not something done casually or quickly." "But Brother Anselm was found dead on the main floor," Watson pointed out. "Not here. If he discovered this chamber, if he was trying to access it, why was his body so far from this location?" "Perhaps he wasn't trying to access it," Holmes said slowly, thinking aloud. "Perhaps he was trying to leave it. Or perhaps—" He paused, his eyes tracking upward, following something Watson couldn't yet see. "Watson, look at the chain routing for the tertiary system. See how it runs up to the 3rd level, wraps around a drum there, then descends again?" Watson followed the chain's path, seeing what Holmes saw, the way it created a kind of vertical passage through the machinery, a gap just wide enough for a person to climb if they were sufficiently motivated and not overly concerned with safety. "A person could climb this chain," Watson said. "Use it like a ladder. Reach the upper levels without using the stairs." "Or descend from them," Holmes added. "Quickly, quietly, if one were in a hurry. If one were, say, fleeing from someone." He turned to Watson, his expression grave. "I believe Brother Anselm discovered this chamber. I believe he found a way to access it. Perhaps he'd been working for weeks, carefully removing parts of the mechanism, creating a passage, and I believe someone discovered him in the act, someone who couldn't allow whatever is in that chamber to be revealed." Watson felt the pieces arranging themselves, the story taking shape. A confrontation, on the upper level, near where we found the gear. Anselm tries to flee, to climb down the chain. His pursuer follows. They struggle, and Anselm falls. "Not falls," Holmes corrected gently. "Your observation last night was correct, Watson, though you didn't voice it. The injuries don't match a simple fall. The body's position, the pattern of trauma, it all suggests he was pushed, murdered, then arranged to look like an accident." They stood in silence, in the tower's mechanical heart, surrounded by the evidence of genius and the echo of violence. Watson thought about Brother Anselm, about what his final moments must have been like. The fear, the desperate scramble to escape. The moment when hands pushed rather than pulled, when helping became harming, when life became death. "We need to access that chamber," Holmes said finally, "but carefully and not alone. If the killer suspects we're getting close, they may act again. Brother Philippe should be with us. He has the expertise to disassemble the necessary machinery, and perhaps the abbot, as witness and authority. That will take hours to arrange, Watson objected, and every hour we delay is an hour the killer has to act to destroy evidence to prepare. Holmes considered this, his expression troubled. Watson could see the calculation happening behind his eyes, urgency balanced against safety, knowledge against caution. Finally he nodded. Very well. We proceed, but prudently. We'll begin the disassembly ourselves, just enough to see what we're dealing with, but at the first sign of anything unusual, any sound, any sense that we're not alone, we retreat and summon help. They began the careful work of partial disassembly, Holmes directing, Watson providing the physical strength for moving heavy components. They worked slowly, methodically, mindful that a mistake could damage the mechanism or, worse, trigger some unintended consequence. Each gear that was removed was carefully catalogued and set aside. Each chain was unhooked with attention to how it would need to be reattached. The work was meditative in its way, demanding total focus, leaving no room for anxiety or impatience. An hour passed, marked by the quarter bells that chimed from high above, a reminder that time continued, that the mechanism still functioned even as they dismantled part of it. The morning light shifted, moving across the tower's interior, changing the quality of shadows. From outside came the distant sounds of Abbey life, voices, footsteps, the ring of metal on metal from the forge where Philippe worked. Finally, they had cleared enough space to access the wall section directly. Up close, the newer mortar was even more obvious, its colour slightly off, its texture not quite matching the surrounding stonework. Holmes ran his hands over the surface, pressing, testing, searching for some mechanism that would reveal the door, for surely this had been designed to open, had been used, had been something other than permanent seal. "Here," he said, his fingers finding a stone that protruded slightly more than its neighbours, set at chest height on the right side of the suspicious section. He pressed it, twisted it, and was rewarded with a soft click that seemed impossibly loud in the enclosed space. The doorway swung inward on hinges that, despite decades of disuse, moved smoothly, their mechanism well crafted and apparently self-lubricating through some clever engineering. Beyond the opening was darkness, absolute, complete, the kind of darkness that exists only in spaces that light has forgotten. Holmes produced his electric torch, one of the modern conveniences he'd brought from London, a marvel of batteries and incandescent bulbs that Watson still found slightly miraculous. The beam cut through darkness like a knife through fabric, revealing stone stairs descending into the hidden space, each step worn smooth by feet long since turned to dust. "Stay close," Holmes said, and began to descend. The stairs curved gently, following the tower's outer wall, spiralling down into darkness that grudgingly retreated before their light. The air here was different, cooler, drier, untouched by the ambient humidity that pervaded the rest of the Abbey. Watson counted steps, 12, 13, 14, until they reached a landing and a passage that ran horizontally into what should have been solid stone, but was clearly something else entirely. The passage was narrow, perhaps 3 feet wide, its walls smooth and precisely cut. It ran straight for 20 feet before opening into a chamber that made Watson's breath catch in his throat. The room was perhaps 15 feet square, its ceiling vaulted in the Gothic style, its walls lined with shelves and workbenches, but it was what the shelves contained that stunned him. Not books, though there were some, but mechanical wonders. Automata of extraordinary complexity filled every surface, each one a masterpiece of brass and steel and ingenious engineering. Holmes swept his torch across the scene, and the light brought the machines to partial life, glinting off polished surfaces, casting intricate shadows from their articulated limbs. There were mechanical birds that looked ready to take flight, their wings spread, their beaks open in silent song. There were clockwork figures, monks kneeling in prayer, scribes bent over invisible manuscripts, even a tiny brass orchestra frozen mid-performance. But the centrepiece dominating the room's centre was something larger and more ambitious, an astronomical clock of breathtaking complexity. It stood perhaps 6 feet tall, its face showing not just hours, but the positions of celestial bodies, the phases of the moon, the progression of seasons. Surrounding the main dial were smaller ones, each tracking different celestial phenomena, planetary positions, stellar risings, astronomical events calculated decades or even centuries in advance. "Dear God," Watson breathed, and the reverence in his voice was not for divinity, but for human genius, for the incredible achievement represented by this hidden room and its mechanical congregation. Holmes moved among the automata with something approaching awe, examining each piece, occasionally touching a lever or spring with gentle fingers. "This is de Ferron's true work," he said softly. "This is what he was hiding. Not just knowledge, Watson, but the tools to preserve and demonstrate that knowledge. These automata, they're teaching machines, each one designed to illustrate some principle of natural philosophy, some truth about how the world actually operates." Watson approached the astronomical clock, studying its intricate dials and subdials, the tiny mechanical planetary system that showed Earth, circling the sun rather than the reverse. It was heresy made mechanical, truth crafted in brass, a silent argument against doctrine that had been hidden here for 200 years. "Look at the precision," Holmes continued, examining a mechanical bird whose wings were articulated with dozens of tiny joints. "The craftsmanship is extraordinary. De Ferron wasn't just a mathematician and engineer. He was an artist, creating beauty in service of truth. These machines could demonstrate principles of mechanics, of astronomy, of natural law, all the things the Church found threatening because they contradicted Scripture's literal reading. On the workbenches, Watson found tools, precision instruments for cutting gears, for shaping metal, for measuring with incredible accuracy. There were journals too, dozens of them, their pages covered in de Ferron's handwriting. Calculations, observations, theoretical speculations, all preserved in this hidden chamber where thought could be free because no one knew it existed. "This is what Brother Anselm discovered," Watson said, understanding flooding through him. "This is why he was killed. Not for understanding the bell's message, but for finding this chamber, for threatening to reveal that heretical knowledge had been hidden in the Abbey for centuries." Holmes nodded grimly. "The bells were a clue, Watson. De Ferron encoded hints in their sequences, mathematical patterns that would lead someone clever and patient to look more carefully at the tower's structure, to notice the inconsistencies, to find their way here. Brother Anselm followed those hints to their conclusion. But who killed him? Watson asked. Who in this abbey of peaceful monks would commit murder to keep this secret? Someone who knew it was here, Holmes replied. Someone who has been protecting it, perhaps for years, perhaps for generations. The abbots have known, Brother Lucien said so. A secret passed from abbot to abbot. But perhaps others knew as well. The engineers who maintained the mechanism, the archivists who guarded the historical records. And perhaps one of them decided that Anselm's discovery was too dangerous, that the secret must be kept at any cost. Watson was about to respond when he heard it. A sound from above, from the direction of the stairs they'd descended. Footsteps, careful and deliberate, descending into the darkness. They weren't alone. Holmes extinguished the torch immediately, plunging them into absolute darkness. Watson felt his friend's hand on his arm, a silent instruction to remain still, to wait. The footsteps continued, growing closer, accompanied now by the sound of breathing. Someone moving with purpose, someone who knew these stairs, who had walked them before. A light appeared at the chamber's entrance, not electric like Holmes's torch, but the warmer, wavering glow of a candle. Its illumination revealed a figure standing in the doorway, face shadowed but posture familiar. Brother Philippe stepped into the chamber, and in his hand, glinting in the candlelight, was not a tool or a gear but something else entirely, something that might have been a wrench or might have been a weapon, depending on intention. "I see you found it," he said quietly, and his voice carried something Watson couldn't quite identify, regret perhaps, or resignation, or something darker still. "I'd hoped you wouldn't. I tried to distract you with the gears, with the restoration project, but of course, you're Sherlock Holmes. You found it anyway." Holmes reignited his torch, the sudden brightness making Watson blink. In the harsh electric light, Brother Philippe's face looked older, wearier, marked by the weight of secrets kept too long. "It was you," Holmes said, not a question. "You killed Brother Anselm." "I protected the Abbey," Philippe replied, and his voice held the conviction of a man who believed absolutely in the righteousness of his actions. "I protected de Ferron's legacy. Anselm would have revealed everything, would have invited scrutiny and scandal and the destruction of 2 centuries of careful preservation. I couldn't allow that. I wouldn't. Watson felt for his medical bag, for anything that might serve as a weapon, but he'd left it in their quarters. They were unarmed, trapped in a hidden chamber with a killer who had already murdered once to protect his secret. The bells, Holmes said, his voice steady, conversational, as though they were discussing nothing more significant than the weather. They weren't just hiding knowledge. They were a countdown, weren't they? Differan encoded something more than astronomical data. He predicted something, an event. Philippe smiled, and in that smile was sadness and pride and something like madness. He predicted the return of a comet, Halley's Comet, though he couldn't have known that name. He calculated its orbit, predicted its return to visibility. The bells count down to that return, mark the years and months and days, and soon, very soon, the prediction will be verified. De Ferron's knowledge will be vindicated. And Anselm's discovery threatened to reveal this before the proper time, Holmes said. Before anyone could prepare, Philippe corrected. Before the significance could be properly understood. The bells were meant to speak when the time was right, when their message could be heard properly, not stumbled upon by accident, not revealed through violence and chaos. So you created violence and chaos yourself, Watson said, unable to keep the anger from his voice. You killed a good man, a peaceful scholar, to prevent what you yourself have caused. Philippe's expression flickered. Doubt, perhaps, or recognition of irony. But then his jaw set, his conviction returning. I did what was necessary. What generations of engineers before me have done. Protected the mechanism, protected the message, protected the truth, until it could be properly revealed. He stepped further into the chamber, and Watson saw that what he held was indeed a heavy wrench, its metal surface catching the light with dull promise. I'm sorry, gentlemen, truly, but you understand I can't let you leave here. The secret must be kept a little longer, just a little longer, until the proper time. Watson tensed, preparing to fight, to defend, though he knew the odds were poor in this confined space against a younger, stronger man with a weapon. But before Philippe could move, before the moment could fracture into violence, a voice spoke from the doorway, calm, authoritative, carrying the weight of decades of spiritual leadership. Brother Philippe, Abbot Laurent said, stepping into the chamber's light, lower your weapon, this ends now. The tableau held for a moment that seemed to stretch beyond normal time. Brother Philippe frozen with his wrench raised, Holmes and Watson tense and ready, Abbot Laurent standing in the doorway like a figure from a medieval fresco, his robes catching the mingled light of candle and electric torch. The hidden chamber seemed to hold its breath, 2 centuries of secrets suspended in the balance of a single decision. Brother Philippe's face worked through a series of expressions, defiance, confusion, something that might have been relief. The wrench lowered slowly, as though his arm were moving against his will, muscle memory of obedience overriding conscious intention. In the end, he was a monk before he was a murderer, and the abbot's voice carried authority that even desperation couldn't quite overcome. "How long have you known?" Philippe asked, his voice hollow, defeated. "Since this morning," the abbot replied, stepping fully into the chamber now, his eyes sweeping across the automata, with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. Perhaps awe, perhaps sorrow, perhaps some complicated mixture of both. "Brother Etienne came to me. After you asked him to help with the gears, he was concerned. You'd been asking strange questions, speaking of duty and protection and necessary sacrifices. He feared you were planning something rash." The abbot's gaze fixed on Philippe with terrible gentleness. "He was right to be concerned, it seems." Philippe's laugh was bitter, broken. "Etienne, of course, always too observant, too sensitive to others' distress. I should have worked alone, as I always have, as the engineers of this mechanism have always worked, alone, in secret, protecting what others cannot understand." "Protecting," Holmes said, and there was steel beneath the surface calm of his voice. "You call murder protection? Brother Anselm's death was protection?" "It was prevention," Philippe insisted, though his conviction seemed to be crumbling, revealing something more fragile beneath. He was going to destroy everything. "Do you understand what this chamber represents? What do these machines mean?" He gestured wildly at the automata surrounding them, at the astronomical clock with its heretical truths. 200 years, Mr. Holmes. 200 years of preservation, of careful guardianship, of keeping knowledge alive in a world that wanted it dead. and Anselm was going to throw it all away for what? For recognition, for the satisfaction of solving a puzzle. For truth, Watson said quietly. He was going to reveal it because the truth matters, because hiding knowledge serves no one. Hiding it served everyone, Philippe countered. The church, which avoided scandal. The Abbey, which maintained its reputation. The mechanism itself, which continued to function, to preserve, to wait for the proper moment of revelation. Anselm's impatience would have destroyed all of that. The abbot moved to the astronomical clock, his fingers tracing its surface with reverence. "I've been down here before," he said softly, "as my predecessor was before me, as every abbot of Saint-Michel-des-Champs has been since de Ferron sealed this chamber. We are taught about it when we assume leadership, shown the hidden door, told the history, given the burden of knowing what lies beneath our prayers." He turned to face them, and Watson saw that his eyes were wet with unshed tears. "I have stood here in this room and looked at these machines and asked God if it was right to hide them, if the truth kept secret was still the truth, or if it became something else, a lie by omission, a failure of courage." "And what answer did you receive?" Holmes asked, not mockingly but with genuine curiosity. "I received silence," the abbot replied, "which is perhaps the most honest answer God gives to such questions. We must decide for ourselves, must choose between competing goods, the good of preservation, the good of revelation, between protecting what is fragile and sharing what is precious." Brother Philippe had slumped against one of the workbenches, the wrench hanging loosely from his hand, all the fight gone out of him. He looked old now, older than his years, worn down by the weight of what he'd carried, what he'd done. "Tell us what happened," Holmes said, his voice gentler now, the voice he used when he knew a confession was coming and wanted only to guide it forth. "Tell us about the night Brother Anselm died." For a long moment Philippe said nothing, and Watson thought he might refuse, might retreat into silence or denial. But then he began to speak, the words coming slowly at first, then faster, as though a dam had broken and everything he'd been holding back was flooding out. "I knew he was getting close. I'd seen him watching the tower, timing the bell sequences, writing in his notebook during the midnight chimes. I'd dismissed his questions when he came to me directly, but I knew he wouldn't stop. Men like Anselm, scholars, seekers, they can't stop once they've caught the scent of mystery. It's not in their nature." He paused, his fingers tracing patterns on the workbench's surface, unconscious geometry drawn in dust. "I started watching him, following him at night when he thought everyone was asleep. I saw him enter the tower 3 weeks ago. He'd taken an impression of the key from the abbot's office, and had a blacksmith in the village make him a copy. He was careful, quiet. He would spend hours in there, examining the mechanism, comparing it to something he'd found in the archives. I never discovered what, some fragments of de Ferron's original plans, I assume. And then he found the hidden chamber, Holmes prompted. Yes, I don't know how. Perhaps the bells told him more than I realized. Perhaps de Ferron left other clues I never noticed. But 10 days ago I followed him into the tower and found him already past the concealed door, descending these very stairs. I panicked. All I could think was that he was going to reveal everything, that 200 years of careful preservation would end because one monk couldn't leave well enough alone. Watson felt a chill listening to this recitation, hearing the cold logic of murder dressed up in the language of duty. "So you confronted him," he said. "I tried to reason with him," Philippe insisted. "I showed him what was here, explained the importance of keeping the secret, of protecting de Ferron's legacy until the proper time. I told him about the comet prediction, about how the bells were counting down to its return, about how revealing the chamber prematurely would rob the moment of its significance. But he wouldn't listen," Holmes said. "He wouldn't listen," Philippe echoed, and now there was something like anguish in his voice. "He said the truth wasn't meant to be hoarded, that knowledge was meant to be shared. He said he was going to bring the abbot here, was going to insist the chamber be opened officially, the automata studied, and de Ferron's work celebrated. He wouldn't see, how that would destroy everything." The abbot had moved to sit on one of the stone benches carved into the wall, his posture that of a man bearing witness to a confession, fulfilling a role he'd performed countless times but never under circumstances like these. "So you killed him," he said, not a question. Philippe's hands were shaking now, the wrench clattering against the workbench where he'd set it down. "I told him I needed time to think, to consider. I asked him to meet me in the tower 3 nights later, after midnight, so we could discuss it further. He agreed. He was a trusting man, a good man. He had no reason to suspect. That you intended violence, Watson finished, unable to keep the hardness from his voice. I intended only to stop him, Philippe said, but the words sounded hollow even to his own ears. I thought perhaps I could lock him in the chamber for a while, give myself time to... I don't know. I wasn't thinking clearly. Fear and desperation make poor counsellors. Holmes had been examining the chamber during this confession, his attention seemingly divided between Philippe's words and the mechanical wonders surrounding them. But Watson knew better. Holmes never divided his attention. He absorbed everything simultaneously, processed it all, missed nothing. But something went wrong, Holmes said, his eyes still on one of the mechanical birds, its brass feathers catching the light. Brother Anselm didn't simply allow himself to be locked in. There was a confrontation. He was removing a gear from the secondary escapement when I found him, Philippe said, the words coming faster now, tumbling over themselves in their haste to be spoken, to be released. Not just examining the mechanism, but actively altering it. I asked him what he was doing, and he said he was restoring it to de Ferron's original design, that the mechanism had been corrupted and he was going to fix it before revealing the chamber. He said the bells needed to sing correctly when the truth was finally told. He was right, Holmes observed mildly. He was interfering. Philippa's voice rose, emotion breaking through the narrative calm. He had no right, no understanding of the delicate balance required to maintain the mechanism. One wrong adjustment and the entire system could have failed. I tried to take the gear from him, to stop him from causing more damage. We struggled. He was on the second platform near the weight chains. He lost his balance, started to fall. I reached for him. I swear I reached for him, tried to catch him, but you pushed him instead, Watson said flatly. Philippe's face crumpled. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It happened so fast. One moment he was there, the gear in his hand, and the next he was falling. I heard him hit the floor below, the sound. God forgive me, the sound. Silence filled the chamber, heavy and complete. Even the automata seemed to be listening, their frozen poses now appearing less like art and more like witnesses, their brass eyes seeing everything, judging nothing. You left him there, Holmes said. Lock the tower behind you. Let him be found in the morning as though he'd been alone, as though it were an accident. What else could I do? Philippe asked, and the question sounded genuinely helpless. Call for help? Confess? That would have meant revealing the chamber, explaining why Anselm was there, why I was there. The secret would have been exposed anyway, so I did nothing. I left him alone in the darkness with the mechanism he'd tried to understand, and I locked the door, and I returned to my cell, and I prayed for forgiveness I knew I didn't deserve. Watson thought about Brother Anselm lying alone through the long hours of that night, dead on cold stone beneath bells that had killed him not by falling, but by being secret, by demanding protection that turned to murder. He thought about the morning discovery, about Brother Philippe's feigned shock, about the lies that followed, each one easier than the last, each one building on the foundation of that first terrible choice. The gear, Holmes said. The one we found. Anselm had removed it. Why didn't you retrieve it? I tried, Philippe admitted. After everyone had left the tower that first morning, after the body was taken to the chapel, I went back to find it, to put it back in place before anyone noticed it was missing. But it was gone. I searched everywhere, assumed it had rolled into some crack, some shadow. When you found it, when you showed it to me... He shook his head. I knew then that you would solve it. That's when I started planning. I knew I couldn't let you access the chamber, couldn't let you piece together what had happened. So you followed us, Watson said. Watch us work to disassemble the mechanism, waited for us to find the door, and then came down to... What? Kill us as well? Add 2 more bodies to your protection of de Ferron's secret? Philippe looked at him with eyes that held genuine horror. I don't know. I honestly don't know what I intended. I only knew I couldn't let it end, couldn't let the secret be revealed before the proper time. The comet, gentlemen, it returns in 6 months. 6 months. Halley's comet returning just as de Ferron predicted 2.5 centuries ago, when it appears in the sky, when it can be verified that an 18th century mathematician calculated its orbit without church sanction, without official blessing, using forbidden astronomical models. That's when this chamber should be revealed. That's when de Ferron's vindication should come. And Brother Anselm's death? The abbot asked softly. When does that receive vindication? Philippe had no answer for that. Holmes had completed his circuit of the chamber, and now stood before the astronomical clock studying its intricate dials, its precise mechanisms. Remarkable, he murmured. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. Every gear cut by hand, every calculation verified through observation, every prediction based on mathematics rather than authority. He turned to face them, his expression thoughtful. De Ferron built this to last, not just physically, though the engineering is superb, but conceptually. He knew that truth, once discovered, can never be undiscovered. That knowledge, once gained, cannot be unlearned. So he built machines that would preserve what he knew until the world was ready to accept it. The world is ready now, Watson said, has been ready for years. The Church has accepted heliocentrism. Galileo has been vindicated. De Ferron's knowledge is no longer heretical. Officially, Holmes agreed, but official acceptance and genuine understanding are different things. There are still those who resist, who see scientific truth as threatening to faith. Brother Philippe is not entirely wrong. Revealing this chamber, these machines, will cause controversy. Questions will be asked about why they were hidden, about what it means that an abbey has been harbouring what some will call heresy for 2 centuries. But those questions should be asked, the abbot said, rising from his bench, his voice carrying the firmness of decision made. Brother Philippe, what you've done, what you've carried, it ends now. The secret ends now. Not in 6 months when a comet returns, but today. This chamber will be opened officially. These machines will be studied, catalogued, preserved properly rather than hidden. And Brother Anselm's death will be acknowledged for what it was. Not an accident, but a murder born of misguided protection. Felipe looked stricken. You can't. The timing is not ours to control, the abbot interrupted. Truth comes when it comes, not when we decree it ready. De Ferron knew this. That's why he encoded hints in the bells, leaving clues for the clever to find. He trusted that eventually someone would listen carefully enough, would be curious enough, and would have the courage to seek what he'd hidden. Brother Anselm was that person, and his reward for that courage, that curiosity, was death at the hands of someone who claimed to be protecting what Anselm actually understood better. Watson watched Brother Philippe crumble under this judgment, saw him fold in on himself like a structure whose supporting beams had suddenly given way. The man who had seemed so convinced, so certain in his mission, was revealed as fragile, as human, as wrong. It was pitiful to witness, and Watson found himself feeling not triumph, but sadness. For Anselm who had died, for Philippe who had killed, for the terrible waste of it all. What will happen to him? Watson asked the abbot. He'll be confined to his cell while we determine proper action, Laurent replied. There will need to be involvement from civil authorities. Murder is not something the Church can simply handle internally. But first, he gestured to the chamber, to the automata waiting in their frozen poses. First, we document this properly. Mr. Holmes, Doctor. Watson, would you be willing to assist? Your presence as outside witnesses will be valuable. Of course, Holmes said. Though I would ask one thing. Before we bring in others, before this becomes official and public, allow me some time here. Let me understand these machines, these calculations. Let me see what de Ferron was truly saying. The abbot considered, then nodded. You have until Vespers. 4 hours. Brother Philippe will return to the tower's main floor with me. I will not leave him alone, and he will not be given the opportunity to cause further harm. Will that suffice? Admirably, Holmes replied. They made their way back up the stairs, Philippe moving like a man in a dream, or perhaps a nightmare, the abbot close beside him, Watson following, and Holmes coming last, his torch illuminating their ascent into the tower proper. When they emerged onto the main floor, Watson saw that other monks had gathered. Brother Lucien, Brother Etienne, several others whose names he hadn't learned. Word had spread, as it always did in close communities. Secrets, it seemed, were harder to keep than Brother Philippe had believed. The abbot addressed them briefly, his voice calm and authoritative, explaining that there had been a discovery in the tower, that Brother Philippe was unwell and would be resting in his cell under care, that Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson were continuing their investigation with official blessing. It was masterfully done. Truth without details, information without revelation. The monks dispersed, casting backward glances, whispering among themselves, the grapevine already beginning its work of transmission and speculation. When they were alone again, Holmes and Watson descended back into the hidden chamber. into that space where time had been suspended for 2 centuries, where knowledge waited patiently for understanding. 4 hours, Watson said. What do you hope to accomplish? Holmes was already at the astronomical clock, his magnifying lens out, examining the tiny mechanisms that drove its predictions. I want to understand his mind, he said, de Ferron's mind, a man brilliant enough to calculate planetary orbits without modern instruments, a man careful enough to hide that knowledge in ways that would survive centuries, a man faithful enough to accept sanctuary in a monastery despite, or perhaps because of, his heretical beliefs. He looked up at Watson, his eyes bright with intellectual hunger. This chamber is a library, Watson, but instead of books, it's written in brass and steel. I want to read it. Watson settled on the stone bench the abbot had occupied earlier, content to watch Holmes work, to witness the peculiar intensity his friend brought to intellectual challenges. For the next several hours, Holmes moved through the chamber like a man possessed, examining each automaton, studying the journals scattered across workbenches, mapping the relationships between different mechanisms and the knowledge they embodied. Watson dozed occasionally, the warmth of the enclosed space and the exhaustion of recent days combining to pull him toward sleep. Each time he woke, Holmes was in a different position, focused on a different aspect of the chamber, his notebook filling with observations and calculations. Once, Watson woke to find Holmes winding one of the automata, a mechanical monk that, when activated, moved its hands in the gestures of blessing, its brass face serene and timeless. "Look at this, Watson," Holmes said when he noticed his friend was awake. "The mechanism is weighted to gradually slow down, to require rewinding. But while it operates, watch the hands. They're not just making random religious gestures, they're tracing patterns, geometric figures, mathematical proofs demonstrated through motion rather than written symbols." De Ferron was teaching Watson. Even his automata were pedagogical tools. As the afternoon light shifted in the tower above, filtering down through the hidden chamber's entrance in golden streams that seemed almost liquid, Holmes completed his examination. He stood in the centre of the room, surrounded by centuries of preserved genius, and Watson saw in his face an expression he'd rarely witnessed, pure, undiluted admiration for a mind that matched his own. He was remarkable, Holmes said quietly. Gaston de Ferron, a man ahead of his time, perhaps ahead of our time as well. He didn't just preserve knowledge, Watson. He created a system for preserving it, multiple systems, each supporting and reinforcing the others. The bells broadcast hints, the chamber containing details, the automata demonstrating principles, the journals recording calculations. It's redundant, elegant, and absolutely brilliant. "And the comet?" Watson asked. "The prediction Philippe mentioned?" Holmes smiled. "Accurate. I verified his calculations against modern ephemerides I happen to remember. Halley's comet, though de Ferron couldn't have known that name, will return in 6 months, visible in the northern hemisphere, following the orbit he predicted. When it does, when his prediction is verified publicly, it will be undeniable proof that accurate astronomical calculation was possible in the 18th century without church sanction. That science and faith could coexist if only faith were humble enough to allow it. They stood together in that hidden room, in that space between eras, between one kind of world and another. Watson thought about all the secrets humans kept, all the truths they buried, all the knowledge they hid because they feared what it might reveal about themselves, about their certainties, about the comfortable stories they told to make existence bearable. "Come," Holmes said finally, "we should return to the surface. The abbot will want his report and there's much to arrange. This chamber needs proper protection now, not the protection of secrecy, but the protection of preservation. These machines should be studied, maintained, and celebrated as the achievements they are." They ascended the stairs one final time, leaving the automata to their patient waiting, leaving de Ferron's genius to the darkness it had inhabited for so long. But Watson knew it wouldn't be dark much longer. Soon, very soon, light would flood into that chamber, and with light would come questions, understanding, perhaps even wonder. Brother Anselm had died from this revelation. The least they could do was ensure his death served truth rather than its continued concealment. Winter arrived properly in the days following their discovery, settling over Saint-Michel-des-Champs with the quiet authority of a season that knows its reign cannot be hurried or denied. Frost painted the valley each morning with crystalline precision, transforming ordinary grass into something that crunched underfoot like broken glass, making the Abbey's ancient stones gleam as though they'd been dusted with powdered diamonds. The sky held that peculiar clarity that comes with cold. Distances seemed sharper, edges more defined, as though the world had decided to reveal itself with uncomfortable honesty. Holmes and Watson had remained at the Abbey for 5 days after the confrontation in the hidden chamber, their presence required for statements to the local magistrate, for the formal documentation of Brother Philippe's confession, for the careful cataloguing of de Ferron's mechanical library. The Abbey had transformed around them during those days, its atmosphere shifting from peaceful isolation to something more complex, a place now aware of its own significance, conscious of being poised between one kind of history and another. Brother Philippe had been taken into custody by civil authorities on the 3rd day, his departure quiet and without drama. Watson had watched from the guest-room window as he crossed the courtyard for the last time, his hands bound not with rope but with the invisible chains of conscience, his face bearing an expression that went beyond remorse into something bleaker, the recognition that good intentions twisted by fear become their own kind of evil. Several monks had stood in silent witness to his departure, their faces showing not judgment, but a sorrow that seemed to encompass both the victim and the perpetrator, both the life lost and the life now forfeited to justice. The hidden chamber had been opened officially on the 2nd day, in a ceremony that managed to be both solemn and jubilant. The abbot had invited scholars from Paris, carefully selected men known for their balance between scientific curiosity and respect for religious institutions, to witness the revelation and begin the process of proper documentation. Watson had watched them descend into that space where time had pooled for 2 centuries, had seen their faces as they encountered de Ferron's automata, had heard their exclamations of wonder and disbelief. One of them, a mathematician from the Sorbonne, named Lefebvre, had wept openly before the astronomical clock, his tears falling onto mechanisms that had waited 200 years for such recognition. He calculated orbital resonances, Lefebvre had said, his voice breaking. Without telescopes of sufficient power, without the mathematical tools we take for granted, he understood what the heavens were doing. It's extraordinary. Holmes had spent considerable time with these scholars, translating his observations, explaining the relationships he'd discovered between the bell's encoded patterns and the chamber's contents, helping them understand how de Ferron had created not just a hiding place, but a comprehensive system for preserving and transmitting knowledge. Watson had observed this collaboration with quiet satisfaction, seeing how Holmes's peculiar genius for pattern recognition combined with the scholar's deep expertise to illuminate what might otherwise have remained obscure. On their final morning at the Abbey, Watson woke to find Holmes already dressed and standing at the window, watching dawn paint the valley in shades of rose and gold. The bells had just finished their main call, their voices carrying across the frosted landscape with a purity that seemed almost tangible, as though sound itself could be touched, held, examined. "I've been thinking about faith," Holmes said, without turning, without preamble, continuing a conversation that existed only in his own mind but which Watson had learned to enter midstream, about what it means to believe in something without proof, to hold certainty in the face of contradiction. Watson rose, splashed his face with water that was ice-cold despite the basin being indoors, and joined his friend at the window. "Dangerous thoughts for a man of science," he observed mildly. "Perhaps," Holmes agreed. "But consider Brother Philippe. He had faith, absolute, unshakable faith, in the importance of preserving de Ferron's secret. That faith led him to murder. And yet, was his faith entirely wrong? Was there not some validity to his belief that timing matters, that revelation requires readiness? His faith was corrupted by fear, Watson said, by the presumption that he alone could determine when truth should be spoken. That's not faith. That's arrogance dressed in faith's clothing." Holmes nodded slowly. Yes, I think you're right. True faith would trust truth to find its own moment, wouldn't it? Would trust that what needs to be known will be known when the time is right, without requiring murder to maintain or revelation to force. He turned from the window, a slight smile touching his lips. Perhaps that's what de Ferron understood that Philippe didn't. De Ferron encoded his knowledge, provided clues, and then trusted that eventually someone would listen carefully enough, would be curious enough, would have the courage to seek. He had faith not in doctrine but in human nature, in our capacity for wonder, for persistence, for the desire to understand. They packed their few belongings in companionable silence, the efficient movements of men accustomed to travel, to temporary lodgings, to the perpetual state of being between one place and another. As they worked, Watson found himself thinking about Brother Anselm, about that patient scholar who had spent his final months listening to bells, transcribing their patterns, seeking meaning in mathematics and bronze. He should be remembered properly, Watson said abruptly. Anselm, not as a victim, but as a discoverer, as the man who solved de Ferron's puzzle. He will be, Holmes assured him. The scholars from Paris are already preparing papers. His notebooks will be published, his methodology examined and celebrated. He'll be remembered as the man who heard what others merely listened to, who found what others had walked past for 2 centuries. He paused, folding a shirt with uncharacteristic care. That's a better memorial than most of us can hope for, to be remembered for our curiosity, for our refusal to accept easy answers. The abbot met them in the courtyard after breakfast, his face showing the signs of difficult days but also something lighter, relief perhaps, or the particular peace that comes from burdens honestly carried and finally set down. He walked with them toward the gate, through morning light that made the abbey stones glow as though lit from within. "Thank you," he said simply, "for your discretion, your thoroughness, your humanity in handling this matter. It would have been easy to turn it into scandal, to use the Church's discomfort for your own purposes. You chose instead to help us reveal truth without destroying faith. That's a rare gift." "Truth and faith aren't enemies," Holmes replied, "though they sometimes appear to be, when faith becomes rigid and truth becomes weaponized." De Ferron understood this. He was a man of faith who trusted truth. That's perhaps his greatest legacy. Not the astronomical calculations or the mechanical marvels, but the demonstration that belief and understanding can coexist. They walked in silence for a moment, the only sound their footsteps on frost-hardened ground, and the distant bleating of sheep from pastures beyond the abbey walls. As they neared the gate, Brother Lucien emerged from the archives building, moving with that careful deliberation age requires, carrying something wrapped in cloth. "Mr. Holmes," he called, his papery voice carrying surprisingly well in the cold air. "A moment, please." They stopped, waiting as the elderly monk approached. When he reached them, he carefully unwrapped the cloth to reveal a small mechanical bird, perhaps 6 inches tall, crafted in brass with extraordinary detail. Its wings were folded, its head turned slightly to one side in an attitude of listening, its tiny eye, a polished garnet, catching the morning sun. "From de Ferron's chamber," Brother Lucien explained. "The abbot and I agreed that you should have it. A token of gratitude, yes, but more than that. A reminder. This bird, when wound, sings a single note. Just one note, but perfectly pure, mathematically precise." De Ferron believed that truth, like music, needn't be complex to be beautiful. Sometimes a single clear note is enough. Holmes took the mechanical bird with reverence, his fingers tracing its articulated wings, the tiny key set into its base that would wind the spring and release that single note. "I'm honoured," he said quietly. "Truly honoured. I shall treasure it." Brother Lucien smiled, the expression transforming his ancient face into something almost youthful. "When the comet comes," he said, "when Halley's comet returns as de Ferron predicted, win the bird and let it sing. That will be the proper moment, when his vindication is written in the sky, when his knowledge is confirmed by the very heavens he studied. Let the bird sing then, and remember that patient scholarship, honest observation, and careful calculation can illuminate what dogma obscures." They said their farewells, to Brother Lucien, to the abbot, to several other monks who had gathered to see them off. Watson noticed that the community seemed lighter somehow, as though a weight had been lifted from them all. The secret was revealed, the murder acknowledged, the hidden knowledge beginning its journey from concealment to celebration. There would be difficulties ahead, questions from church authorities, investigations, perhaps controversy. But there would also be wonder, discovery, the particular joy that comes from understanding something that was previously mysterious. The cart that carried them back to the village station was the same that had brought them, pulled by the same patient horse, driven by the same silent lay brother. But the journey felt different now, not arrival but departure, not beginning but conclusion. Watson watched the Abbey recede behind them, the bell tower rising above the other buildings like a finger pointing at heaven, or perhaps questioning it, the morning sun making its stones glow with that honeyed warmth that spoke of centuries weathered, of time endured, of patience rewarded. At the station, while they waited for the train that would begin their journey back to England, Holmes unwrapped the mechanical bird again, studying it with that intense focus he brought to anything that genuinely interested him. He found the key, wound it carefully, then set the bird on the bench beside him. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a tiny whir of springs and gears, the bird's beak opened and it sang. A single note. Pure and clear and impossibly beautiful, hanging in the cold air like a visible thing, like something that could be held and examined and kept. The note faded, the mechanism wound down, and the bird was still again. But Watson felt something had shifted. Some small recalibration of the world, some adjustment in the balance between what was hidden and what was known. The train arrived with its customary noise and steam, its modern efficiency a jarring contrast to the medieval tranquility they were leaving behind. They boarded, found a compartment, settled themselves for the long journey ahead. Train to Paris, overnight in a hotel, then the morning departure for Calais and the Channel crossing, and finally London, where coal smoke and fog and the ceaseless energy of modern life would wrap around them like a familiar coat. As the train pulled away from the station, Watson looked back one final time at the valley, where Saint-Michel-des-Champs sat like a secret being gradually revealed. He could just see the bell tower, could imagine its mechanisms turning with mathematical precision, its bells waiting for their next appointed hour to sing. "Do you think they'll survive?" he asked Holmes. "The Abbey, the mechanism, de Ferron's legacy? Once the scholars descend in force, once the investigations begin, once it all becomes public knowledge." Holmes was quiet for a moment, watching the French countryside begin its familiar parade past the window. Fields and hedgerows, small villages and distant hills, the ordinary landscape that contained such extraordinary secrets. "I think," he said finally, "that truth is more resilient than we give it credit for. It survives being hidden, it survives being attacked, it even survives being celebrated, which is perhaps the greatest test of all. De Ferron's work will endure because it's true, and truth has a way of persisting even when everything else fails." They rode in silence then, each lost in their own thoughts, the rhythm of the rails beneath them creating a percussion that might have been music or might have been time itself, marking moments with mechanical precision, carrying them forward into a future that was always arriving, never quite here. Watson thought about Brother Anselm, about his patient months of listening, his careful transcription, his determination to understand. He thought about Brother Philippe, about how fear could corrupt even the best intentions, how the desire to protect could become the impulse to harm. He thought about the abbot, about the burden of knowing secrets, about the courage required to reveal rather than conceal. And he thought about Gaston de Ferron, that brilliant man 2 centuries dead, who had looked at the universe and seen not chaos but pattern, not mystery but mathematics, who had trusted that truth would find its audience eventually, that knowledge once discovered could never be entirely lost. The train carried them through the afternoon, through the long shadows of winter, through landscapes both familiar and foreign. They reached Paris as darkness fell, the city's lights beginning to bloom like flowers opening in reverse, like stars being born from buildings and street lamps rather than the distant fires of creation. In their hotel room that night, Watson wrote in his journal by lamplight, recording the events at Saint-Michel-des-Champs, trying to capture not just the facts but the feeling, the peculiar atmosphere of that place, the weight of secrets kept and revealed, the tragedy of a good man dead and another good man become murderer through misguided devotion. Holmes sat by the window, the mechanical bird in his hands, winding it occasionally to hear that single pure note, that mathematical perfection expressed in sound. Each time it sang, Watson paused in his writing, listening, feeling something in his chest respond to that clarity, that honesty, that refusal to be anything other than exactly what it was. "When the comet comes," Holmes said at last, breaking a silence that had stretched through several windings of the bird, several notes hanging in the lamplight like small prayers. We should tell this story. Not to the newspapers. They'd sensationalize it, turn it into scandal and spectacle, but properly, carefully, as a record of what happened when patience met impatience, when faith confronted fear, when truth finally overcame secrecy. I'll write it, Watson promised. Though I'll disguise some details, protect some privacy. The Abbey deserves that much. Yes, Holmes agreed. The Abbey deserves that much. They left Paris the next morning, crossed the Channel under skies that threatened snow, but delivered only cold rain, arrived back in London to find Baker Street exactly as they'd left it. Mrs. Hudson maintaining order, the familiar chaos of Holmes' chemical experiments waiting on tables, the city beyond the windows conducting its perpetual conversation with itself in voices of traffic and trade, of argument and aspiration. Watson stood at the window that first evening back, looking out at London's fog-wrapped streets, at the pools of gaslight that marked humanity's small victories over darkness, at the endless parade of lives being lived in buildings stacked close together, in rooms where people loved and fought and dreamed and died. It was so different from the Abbey, from that place where time moved slowly and secrets could be kept for centuries and bells sang mathematical truths that no one quite heard. But perhaps, Watson thought, the difference wasn't as great as it appeared. London too had its secrets, its hidden knowledge, its truths waiting to be discovered by those patient enough to listen, curious enough to seek. Every building held stories, every street corner marked some small history, every life was a puzzle that resisted simple solutions. Holmes had returned to his chair, the mechanical bird on the mantelpiece now waiting for the comet that would mark its proper moment to sing again. He was reading the evening papers, smoking his pipe, already halfway into some new problem that had caught his attention, a disappearance in Kensington, a forged document, something that needed his particular combination of observation and deduction to illuminate. The world continued, indifferent to individual dramas, to murders solved or secrets revealed. But those events mattered nonetheless, mattered to Brother Anselm's memory, to Brother Philippe's conscience, to the scholars who would study de Ferron's work, to the future visitors who would descend into that hidden chamber and encounter genius preserved in brass and stone. Watson turned from the window, picked up his journal, and wrote the final lines of his account. The bells of Saint-Michel-des-Champs ring still, marking hours with patient precision, singing their mechanical hymns into the French countryside. Soon they will ring correctly for the first time in a century, will speak in Gaston de Ferron's true voice, and will broadcast his knowledge to anyone with ears to hear and patience to understand. And when Halley's comet returns, when the sky itself confirms what those bells have been saying all along, perhaps we will remember that truth needs only time and attention to reveal itself. That knowledge, once gained, persists. That curiosity properly directed can illuminate what centuries of darkness have obscured. Brother Anselm understood this. He paid for that understanding with his life. May his memory be eternal, and may his curiosity inspire others to listen carefully to what the world is saying, in bells or in silence, in bronze or in starlight, in the patient language of mathematics that underlies all creation. He set down his pen, closed the journal, and settled into his chair. The fire crackled softly in the grate. Holmes turned a page of his newspaper. London hummed beyond the windows, that great engine of human endeavour running on ambition and necessity, and the strange faith that tomorrow would come, that mysteries would be solved, that truth, eventually, inevitably, would speak. And on the mantelpiece, patient and small and perfect, the mechanical bird waited for its moment, for the comet that would mark vindication, for the time when its single clear note would sing not just for de Ferron or for Anselm, but for everyone who had ever looked at the universe and wondered, who had ever questioned authority in service of understanding, who had ever trusted that knowledge was worth preserving, even when the cost was high and the time required was measured in centuries rather than moments. The bird waited, and the bells in France rang on, and the comet moved through space on its calculated orbit, and time, that patient mechanism, that eternal clockwork, continued its work of bringing what was hidden into light. That's our story tonight. Perhaps you're drifting off beneath the soft night of Helsinki, the warm evening glow of Buenos Aires, the peaceful ocean breeze of Tahiti, or the quiet, starlit calm of Warsaw. If this tale brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in serene stillness. Let your thoughts soften, let the night grow gentle around you, let your dreams rise like slow floating clouds. Sleep peacefully now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.